Let's see. Oh. You're going to be 10 minutes ahead. Gentlemen, I'm going to go right here, no? Okay, perfect.
They both are downstairs.
Okay.
Downstairs. I don't speak in English.
Okay.
So you can correct
I can try Spanish. No, that's very good.
Do you need that the Maras and I do something?
Can we start rallying the room downstairs? We're gonna at this point be 15 minutes late starting. So you go start grabbing them all, sort of pushing them up this way. Thank you.
So that room is not going to be used anymore.
Well, we're gonna start the conference here. Yeah, so we'll get everybody up here. Okay. Yeah. Class Asistente Cinco, please welcome all of our guests. This isn't working. What? Please take your seats.
Some time for them to take the equipment.
Yes, sir. Gio? Ladies and gentlemen, caballeros and caballeros, welcome. My name is Colonel Chris Carson, and I have the privilege of serving as the Master of Ceremonies today for the Symposium on Haiti Today, Understanding, Responding, and Advancing Regional Solutions to a Hemispheric Crisis. And I'll be speaking in English. Distinguished ambassadors and guests, senior leaders, members of the OAS, and the Inter-American Defense Board. Our special guest, Mr. Samuel Agora from the Embassy of Kenya, Dr. Alberto Forig, the Special OAS Ambassador to Haiti, esteemed faculty, and above all, the men and women of Class 65. Welcome to the Inter-American Defense College in Kennedy Hall. Today's program brings together some of the Western Hemisphere's most experienced practitioners and thinkers on Haiti, diplomats, security and defense leaders, and representatives of the OAS. Everyone here to examine the crisis from multiple angles, and to the students of Class 65, to challenge each of you to think about what your nations can and should do in this as a response. The IADC is proud to devote so much needed attention to the regional challenges we face in the hemisphere, in this case, Haiti. Before we begin, I ask that you please silence your electronic devices. If you need interpretation services, please raise your hand. We can supply a MIDI device. I will try to observe all scheduled breaks and guide the transition, though I think I'm already a little behind. And with that, I invite the Vice Director of the IADC, Rear Admiral Paulo Osorio of the Brazilian Navy, to open this conference. Admiral.
Buenos dias, good morning.
Buenos dias, good morning, bon dia, bonjour à tous et à toutes. Today, I will start in English, then I will change to Portuguese.
Only those languages. I would like to start thanking all of you for being here. And I'm very sure that we're going to have a great discussion day. I'm very happy to see this room full of students, but not only students, this very big group of experts, ambassadors, representatives, and people who will enrich and strengthen our discussion today for our goal in preparing our students to be strategic advisors for their countries. So Haiti, as a very important issue we have, should be in our program. In this day, I realize we can concretize this goal. So let's start in Portuguese for the opening remarks. Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, representatives of the Organization of American States, leadership, and members of the Inter-American Defense Board, external guests, esteemed professors, ladies and gentlemen that are part of Class 65. Welcome. It is a true honor to represent the leadership of the Inter-American Defense Board, and especially representing the college. It is my pleasure to deliver this initial remark about the current challenges, the most pressing matters that Haiti faces today. Each year, the Inter-American Defense College and the Masters in Defense and Hemispheric Security opens dialogue about the main inter-American efforts towards cooperation in security and defense. In this manner, our students, military personnel, police officers, government officials, and diplomats receive preparation as far as inter-American defense and security to act as strategic advisors. Haiti occupies a special place in the hemisphere. This was the first nation formed by enslaved people that raised and conquered independence. This is also the second country in the Americas that became independent. This is a milestone that signifies and shows the resilience of its people. The Republic of Haiti faces complex issues, state failure, and the expansion of groups that are controlling areas and critical infrastructure. Many civilians left the country, and this constitutes a humanitarian crisis with a serious food crisis and a complete shutdown of essential services. Violence is not only present in the Haitian territory, its destabilizing impacts go beyond the borders, influencing migration flows and feeding international criminal networks. In order to deal with this scenario, it is essential to have the efforts of the international community. That is why we're gathered here today. Now, I'd like to address to the students here present. Once you leave our college and once you take on your positions in your home countries, well, the crisis in Haiti won't be resolved. Soon you will be working as strategic advisors. You might be called upon to provide the positioning of your country along with the regional organizations, along with the Organization of American States, or at the UN environment, or in other meetings. The guest speakers that are here present has knowledge, exceptional knowledge and experience. We have permanent representatives of Haiti before the OAS, which will bring perspective and analysis of the Haitian people. We have a renowned specialist in crisis situations, two of the OAS employees and Caribbean military personnel that can provide a point of view from these neighboring countries. I would like for everyone to pay attention, ask challenging questions, and engage in the complexity of this theme. There are no easy solutions, but there are essential solutions based on knowledge. The quality of the guidance or the advisory that you will be providing to your home countries will depend on a deep understanding that you will develop throughout this academic year. Once the guest speakers talk about these topics, you will hear suggestions on how to effectively contribute. Finally, before we begin, I would like to display my deepest gratitude For those that accepted the invitation as external speakers, the Inter-American Defense College recognizes your generosity in sharing specialized knowledge with the leaders of the hemisphere, therefore contributing to the security and defense of the hemisphere. Thank you so much, and I hope that everyone will have an excellent day today.
Thank you, Admiral Osorio. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the first presentation of the day. It is my great honor to introduce our first speaker, a man who carries the voice of the Haitian people in the halls of the OAS. Ambassador Jean-José Pierre is the permanent representative of Haiti to the OAS. He brings firsthand knowledge of Haiti's challenges and aspirations. He will speak to us this morning on the challenges and opportunities for Haiti in the Western Hemisphere. Ambassador.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Excellencies, dear members, militaries, in your ranks and qualities, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor. It's a pleasure. I am happy to be here today to address you in the name of the government of Haiti. But most importantly, I am happy to be here. It's an honor to be here to share with you the challenges and to see with you how we can transform these challenges into opportunities for Haiti. There are moments in the life of nations, and there are moments in the life of regions when crisis cease to be contained within borders and become a test to our collective responsibility, become a test to our coherence, and ultimately our credibility. Haiti is one such moment right now. Today, as we gather to reflect on the challenges and opportunities for Haiti in the Western Hemisphere, we are not merely convened to describe a crisis. We are here to do something far more consequential. We are here to understand. We are here to respond. And most importantly, we are here to transform the challenges that Haiti faces into opportunities of action, and we are here to do that with purpose. Because Haiti today is not only a national crisis. It is, one, a regional security crisis. It is a humanitarian emergency, a governance challenge, and a test of multilateral effectiveness. And therefore, it demands not only attention, but alignment, coordination, and action. Now, let me say a word about the challenges that Haiti faces. There's a sentence that can summarize these challenges, is that Haiti is a systemic crisis of unprecedented scale. Haiti is currently facing the most severe multidimensional crisis in the Western Hemisphere. I know you know that. And this crisis is not isolated. It is systemic, and it affects simultaneously security, governance, the economy, and the very conditions of human dignity. when it comes to security, what I can say is that security in Haiti collapsed. Security collapsed for a long time now. And the situation is stuck because we have armed gangs that now control up to 90% of Port-au-Prince. We have criminal coalitions that become increasingly structured and coordinated. And state authority in Haiti is challenged in key urban and strategic zones. But beyond territorial control, the deeper issue in Haiti is this: violence has penetrated the social fabric of my country. Families are affected, communities are destabilized. Women and children are increasingly exposed to violence. And tragically, in certain areas, children are being drawn into criminal networks and used in armed activities. This is not only a security crisis, it's a crisis of society itself. And in another level, we have a humanitarian breakdown. The humanitarian security, the humanitarian situation, reflects the systematic pressure over 1.3 million internally displaced persons, nearly half the population facing acute food insecurity, and you have the collapse of access to essential services in key regions. Healthcare systems are under extreme strain. Access to clean water remains limited. Entire communities are living in conditions of extreme vulnerability. Also, we have a crisis of governance. Public trust has eroded, political fragmentation persists, and yet the demand for governance, for representation, for stability remains strong among the population. Now, I told you all of this because I want you to understand that we are at a defining point. So let me be clear, let us be clear, this is not a temporary crisis. This is a structural crisis, one that requires structural answers. And to go to structural answers, we must resist one temptation above all, the temptation of fatalism. Because Haiti is not collapsing. Haiti is confronting, and increasingly, Haiti is reorganizing. And this is where we enter the opportunities. The opportunities consist, for me, the main opportunity I can think of is that we need to act together. We have the opportunity to have all these partners to act with Haiti, and we need to act in a way where we go from fragmentation to strategic coherence. If the challenges are immense, then the opportunity before us is equally significant, because the central issue today is not the absence of international engagement. Let us be honest. There is engagement. There are partners. There are resources. The real issue is this: fragmentation. Too many initiatives operate in parallel. Too many interventions lack coordination. Too many efforts are not sufficiently aligned with realities on the ground. And this is precisely where the opportunity lies. The opportunity to move from fragmentation to coherence, from dispersion to coordination, from intention to implementation. And now I want to tell you one program that the OAS is putting together, that I think this program can help us have this coordination that I'm talking about. It is about the Haitian-led roadmap for stability and peace. This roadmap represents a fundamental evolution in approach. It's not simply a plan. It is a strategic framework for action. It links immediate security stabilization with medium-term governance restoration and long-term economic recovery. It is built on 4 essential principles. One, Haitian ownership, international coordination, sequence and integrated action, and accountability and transparency. This is critical because without coordination, resources are wasted. Without sequencing, actions lose impact. Without ownership, solutions fails. And therefore, this roadmap is not only an initiative, or it's not another initiative, it is the architecture through which all initiatives must align. It is a turning point. And the turning point now, we enter the turning point because we are in the phase of implementation. This is where credibility will be tested. Credibility is not tested in plans or in declarations. It is tested with result. So we need to transform the challenges into opportunities. And this is the most important part of our discussion because transformation is not theoretical, it's operational. So the government of Haiti actually is trying to do its best to bring solution to the security issue, because security is at the core of the issues we need to address. But the government cannot do it by itself. So what I'm asking you now is to come together with the government of Haiti, with the OAS, because with the OAS, we had, like I said, we had put together a plan, which is the roadmap plan for Haiti. And we need to address the issue in Haiti with this coordination, within this coordination. Let me conclude by saying that, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Haiti today is not only a challenge, it is a test. It's a test of our coherence, our coordination, I repeat that, and our credibility. So we call upon our partners to deepen engagement, to align efforts, and to fully support the implementation of the Haitian-led roadmap. Haiti is acting. Let's act together so that we can bring result to a crisis which is not only a national crisis, but a regional crisis. Thank you very much.
Ambassador Pierre, thank you so much for your words today. Wow. Okay, so our next speaker will provide us with essential historical context and assessment of the opportunities available to the international community this year and going forward. Mr. Keith Mines is a retired United States Army officer and a career Foreign Service officer with the U.S. Department of State, an academic and a published author. He brings decades of field experience in complex crises around the world and will help us understand where Haiti has been and where it might be headed. After his talk, we'll have time for questions. So please prepare some. Ms. Mines, the podium's yours.
Well, thanks very much to the Inter-American Defense College for the opportunity to share some thoughts about Haiti, a country that I really came to love when I worked there in the 1990s. I was there with my family at the time during the transition back to democracy from the Aristide administration to the Preval administration. But it was a very kind of a magical time in a way. Everything was hopeful. It was peaceful. We had 4 little kids. We could travel, we could walk. It was a very different Haiti than the one that we see today. So I'll try to share some of the things that I think have led us into the current abyss, if you will, in Haiti, and the things that we'll need to do collectively to lead us out of it. And I'm very, again, honored to be here and have this opportunity. The issues that I worked on when I was in Haiti in the 90s were restoring the justice system, the police, and the prisons. So we were working on the institutional building blocks of the new security system. And I'll share a little bit about what I found when I was there. I kept up with Haiti throughout my career. I had a good posting in Canada where we worked on Haiti together in the 2000s. And then I left the State Department in 2019 and went for 5 years to work on Haiti and Venezuela and a number of other countries in the hemisphere at the U.S. Institute of Peace, which has since been disbanded by our Doge team. So I'll give you an overview of how I understand, and I know there's many that are as expert or more than I on this, but I'll give you my understanding, my reading of Haitian history, how we got where we are, and particularly of the international involvement in Haiti, which is, of course, our key thing. I like what the ambassador said, that it's a structural crisis and then it requires a structural response. I think that's really captures in one sentence really what we're all about. And I hope that opens the door to some discussion. Happy to help facilitate that at the conclusion. Now, at the conclusion, at my conclusion of working in 8 different countries that were in some form of either insurgency or collapse or post-conflict situations, I wrote a book about that. It's called Why Nation Building Matters, Building Security Forces, Political Consolidation, and Economic Development. And I always looked at the countries I was working in those 3 areas, which is kind of how the OAS has developed its plan as well. It's the obvious way to do that. But it was a very interesting time to write a book like that. The president himself had just said, we don't do nation building. And then the next president came up and said, we don't do nation building either. So it was not a great time to have a book with the title of nation building. But I asked my mentor at the time, Ambassador Jim Dobbins, who was who I worked for many times. I worked for him in Haiti and Somalia, in Afghanistan, and then he got me my posting in Iraq. And I asked him, I said, you know, what do I said, the conservative think tanks are telling me don't use that title. You'll never sell any books in this town, which I didn't sell any books anyway. But he said there's nothing else to call it. He said, what we are talking about is trying to help nations to come together, to cohere. And it involves those 3 pillars, but it's trying to get the nation state back to a place of functionality. The nation being that part of us that says, I believe in this country that I belong to. Not just I was born here and I have this strong connection to it, but I believe in this country. I believe in our national project. And then the state, as I understand it, is the functions of government. So the delivery of services, education, health, security. So those 2 things together, governance on the state side and a sense of nationhood on the nation side, is what pulls together a nation state. So that's what I think we're doing. And I think there's really it's foolish to try to look at it in any other way. We are trying to help build a nation. It's very interesting to think about now that we are in the middle of a number of sort of unfinished projects that we have started in the last couple of years. If you think about Gaza, the question in Gaza is always about, will there be an independent government in Gaza that functions well and that can deliver both peace and security for the Israelis and for their own people? Venezuela, we got started with Venezuela, took out the leader, and now we're left with a country that is kind of being led by the same regime as before because no one wants to go that extra step to consider nation building. Iran will be in the same place. Lebanon is another one that there was some programs to try to help the Lebanese army, to try to help them get control of the south, but never quite enough. So they have an active armed group that is rocketing its neighbor, getting rocketed back in return, but it's all about the, the nation part of Lebanon. Going back earlier, of course, Libya and Syria. And then, of course, Haiti. Haiti is a country that has been, we've been partnering with for a very long time, and I'll go through all that, but it's, again, a country that I think in the end is about building that nation state. Achieving this is not always just about boots on the ground. There are cases where, of course, a country slips to a place or is in the midst of a civil war, an insurgency where outside boots on the ground are essential. And Jim Dobbins has written a whole series of books on that from the RAND Corporation. But there's also many cases where that's not been the real issue, where it's been more about indirect support. And of course, Haiti, I think, can once the gang suppression force does its job, turning over to Haitian institutions, it's going to be a long period of simply maintaining that. Anyway, so whatever we want to call it, I think we're engaged in this project of helping Haiti to get to a place where these three pillars that I mentioned, capable security forces, a thriving economy, and political consolidation are what will bring it together and give us this success that we all seek for. It's slow, it's long, and it's tedious work. And I think the impatience that we have is often our biggest enemy. The conclusion that I had as I left Haiti in 1997 was simply that it was a country that would need a good deal of help for a very long time. And I saw that as something that it was not ever going to be a fast project. And I think one of the things that's made everything more difficult is the ups and downs. We withdraw, we return, we withdraw, we return, and the return is always very expensive. So if you consider, I'll talk a little bit more about this later, but in 2017, when we reduced the peacekeeping mission that was actively helping the police, that then created the gap that the gangs filled. Had that been sustained at a very modest level, frankly, of resources, we wouldn't be doing the multi-billion-dollar operations that we've now done with the MSS and the GSF. So that's something I think to consider. But that was something I thought was quite obvious as I left in 1997. And again, it wasn't a massive effort. It was just sustaining what had been done. So let me start, if I could, to frame things by talking about what I consider 4 myths about Haiti. These are things that I hear all the time. And I think it'll reveal my bias, which is leans in the direction of guarded optimism. So first of all, and the ambassador mentioned this as well, Haiti's a lost cause. Nothing there we have ever done has worked. And this is the so-called Haiti fatigue. And I hear that all the time. Well, we have Haiti fatigue. And I said, well, how long have you been working on Haiti? Well, the last year. Well, how can you be fatigued? You've only been working on this for a year. You've never been there. How do people in Washington have Haiti fatigue, or any other capital? Brasilia, or Buenos Aires, or Mexico City, or Bogota. How do we have Haiti fatigue when very few people are working on it? There's been cases of real progress in Haiti. 1995 to 99 was one. 2006 to 2009 was another. All the social and economic indicators rose. So there is a formula where things get better. Why didn't it take? Well, in large measure, it was simple stability. Haiti's been very unlucky in this regard. It was hit by a succession of political, literal, and institutional earthquakes. The second Aristide administration, ending in 2004, was a sort of a political earthquake, and very controversial conditions in which Aristide was removed from power, and we can talk about that if anyone's interested. But it was still a place of it was a real upheaval in the political situation. That led to weak administrations that then later led to the assassination of President Moïse in 2021. And then, of course, there was the actual earthquake in 2010, which killed 200,000 to 300,000 people. There was institutional earthquakes, such as, again, in 2017, when the UN pulled back its assistance. But with the right formula of security, economic development, and political stability, with robust and consistent assistance, things can work. Second, all foreign interventions have done is to make things worse. This is something that I think many are now hiding behind. They're saying, well, we went, we did a lot, but things just got worse, or they've gotten worse, so it doesn't really do any good. And I think it leads, again, to some hesitation. And it's true, there have been some catastrophic issues with UN operations in particular. The cholera epidemic that killed 10,000, something Haitians will always remember. That was brought, though, by a single contingent, and the whole standards for those deployments have been fixed. There was another contingent that was involved in some sexual predation. Again, that has been largely fixed, and significant incidents of killing of civilians during operations, which again has been tightened up. These were from single contingents. They've all been corrected, and they don't diminish the very real sacrifice of thousands of others in Haiti during a 28-year period in which the international community was involved. The periods of progress that I mentioned were all reinforced by the presence of peacekeeping troops and police trainers. A friend of mine, a Haitian friend of mine who's about my age, has never left the country. He said that this is the worst time he can remember since Duvalier's. And it's just never been worse than this. It's also the time, again, when it has the weakest international peacekeeping presence. So there does seem to be a bit of a correlation. I would turn your attention, if you get a chance, we did I mentioned it earlier to a few, that we did a seminar with 4 former special representatives of the Secretary General at the U.S. Institute of Peace. A lot of our website was wiped out, but that still survived on YouTube somehow. So I would recommend that. It's a very good, very good overview of what peacekeeping missions had when they came to Haiti and what they were able to achieve. That's a very good thing. And we're going to have another, of course, session with General Spencer on lessons from past security missions. Myth number 3, there's a Haitian solution to this if we would just leave the country alone long enough for Haitians to find it. Among my colleagues, this mantra is one of the most jarring. Of course, Haitians need to be in the lead on finding solutions to their country's problems. And of course, they need to be the ones that own the issues that we are working on. And there needs to be more structured ways to draw out Haitian opinions and views on how to progress and support Haitian leaders. There's another very good, also survived on YouTube, conference that we did at USIP on development in Haiti, and particularly in agricultural development. And we had some Haitian voices from the countryside that were really interesting. And you realize that they know the land, they know the planting cycles, and they will figure this out. All they need is some of the resources. Now they, of course, need security. But there are people that really understand the issues that they're facing. But there's a role for international partners as well. And absent that, the Haitian solutions will often not have the strength to take hold. So the key is really finding the right architecture, the right structure for that blend of international partners and Haitians into a cohesive package that galvanizes the country's tremendous energy and talent. And then fourth, Haiti is not really in the national interest of anyone in the hemisphere, to include the United States. Now, Haiti does not obviously present a clear and present danger, an immediate danger to any of the hemisphere, but I would argue that it could be what's called a strong secondary interest for all countries in the hemisphere. It's a stopover location for drug traffickers. It's a source of constant migration. It shows a general weakness in the hemisphere and the system of hemispheric governance. And if we don't have the means to manage such a crisis, it shows really that the hemisphere comes across quite weak. And I would argue finally that there is such thing as a humanitarian national interest, particularly for the United States, that I think we care about Haiti. There's hundreds of thousands of Americans that have either been to Haiti, they've done humanitarian relief efforts, mission trips, all sorts of things. So there's a kind of a humanitarian national interest that I would argue that all of us have, that there's a certain place of desperation to which no nation in our neighborhood should fall. And Haiti has definitely reached that point. But it's a hemispheric issue. Never been a time such as this where there's really a need for all hands on deck. So let me go now to sort of Haitian History 101, if I could run through this quickly. Haiti's reality is a combination of bad weather, bad geography, and bad luck. As the American country western song goes, if it weren't for bad luck, Haiti would have no luck at all. It's also a place where, as the writer Bob Shakokas put it, history has a parasitic lock on the present. So with a population of 11 million people, Haiti is, with Cuba and the Dominican Republic, the most populous country one of the most populous countries in the Caribbean. But by the numbers, Haiti has for decades been at the low end of the hemisphere. Haiti's per capita GDP is a fifth the regional average, life expectancy 10 years lower, infant mortality rate is 4 times higher than the rest of the hemisphere. We're approximately 7,000 killings in 2025, and 1.6 million citizens are displaced as gangs have taken over the capital and increasing swaths of the country outside Port-au-Prince, and half the population is food insecure. So how did all this start? Haiti's modern tumultuous history begins with its emergence in 1804 as the first successful slave revolt to establish a free republic, a point of extreme and justifiable pride to every Haitian. But from there, the country entered into a long period of isolation, and I think we need to always identify this in the effect it's had long-term on Haiti. The U.S. and the region kept their distance while France cruelly demanded reparations for lost property. External isolation was matched by a cycle of internal conflict over control of the country that continues to plague Haiti to this day. And after isolating Haiti in the 19th century, the U.S. occupied Haiti for 20 years over commercial concerns in the early 20th century, ceding control in the mid-1930s to a series of weak governments that eventually led to the rise of the father and son Duvalier dictatorships in 1958. The Duvaliers were a regime the U.S. tepidly supported out of Cold War concerns, but the legacy of their cruel 30-year authoritarian rule persists, having hollowed out civil society and political parties and polarized the country to leave it poorly prepared for democratic transition. But ready or not, democratic transition came in the election of a popular Salesian priest, Jean-Bertrand Aristide, in 1991, who was promptly overthrown by a military junta and then restored to power in 1994 by a second U.S. military intervention, Operation Uphold Democracy. And so it's been a long period of democratic consolidation with significant but very inconsistent assistance from the international community. So it's a period of real ups and downs, just as democratic institutions were starting to develop. There was a political upheaval that I mentioned with the forced departure of President Aristide in 2004. Then as things started to settle in the fairly promising second Proval administration, an earthquake killed 200,000 to 300,000 Haitians and leveled the capital in 2010. From there, again, a slow and steady rebuilding was taken down in 2017 when the U.S. insisted on reducing peacekeeping missions worldwide. That left the Haitian National Police without the advisors and mentors they relied on, as well as significant material support, and left the country without the political guardrails it needed to stay on course. So the security vacuum was filled by gangs, and the political vacuum led to the assassination of President Moïse in July 2021, from which the country has not really recovered. So after the assassination of President Moïse, the country was led by Prime Minister Henry, who sort of fell into the position as the acting prime minister. He was a very weak figure without a strong political base or experience, led the country for 2.5 years until he was forced out of office by the gangs in February 2024. That led then to a negotiation overseen by CARICOM that organized a new temporary governing structure called the Transitional Presidential Council with an acting prime minister. And that lasted for about 18 months until the mandate ran out in this January of this year, and the country was left with a single leader, Prime Minister Alex Didier-Fillamy, who's been serving as acting prime minister since November of 2024. So it's a weak governing structure, with little contact with the average Haitian, no real popular mandate, and has an equally weak administrative structure. Many Haitians didn't like the fact that the country would be under the rule of a single person, and they wanted something on the presidential side, but the U.S. especially wanted a structure that was simple and easy to connect to, and was a bit traumatized, I think, by the experience of the TPC. So on the security side, there's similarly been an evolution through this period. In October 2023, the UN authorized a multinational security support mission, the MSS, under Kenyan leadership to attempt to help Haiti recover its capital from gangs by offering support to the Haitian National Police. The MSS was essentially a coalition of the willing. It's the first time Such a force had been led by other than a US or NATO country. It was authorized a force of 2,500 police, but only 980 arrived, 730 from Kenya, 23 from Jamaica, 78 from El Salvador, 150 from Guatemala, 6 from the Bahamas, and 2 from Belize. The force was able to protect the airport and seaport and had some sporadic inroads against the gangs, but they basically just learned to kind of work around the force and keep doing what they were doing. So in October 2025, recognizing the weakness of the MSS, the US and Panama put forward UN Resolution 2795, which authorized a much larger gang suppression force of 5,500 to conduct intelligence-led operations to dismantle the gangs. The UN would provide a logistical unit to support the force directly, and it would have its own special representative. The troops, which are just starting to arrive now, I believe, were to come from Chad, Benin, and Bangladesh primarily, with the current MSS force potentially staying on. So there would be the conventional UN Special Representative for the main UN mission of BNU, the OAS Special Representative, which currently is a very effective individual, the GSF Special Representative, and the UN Logistics Office Senior Representatives. There's a plethora of, and I don't say that to mean that it's going to be complicated. It is complicated already, but the point is there's good leadership on the ground now leading very effective potential forces. Now there's a third security force we need to consider. The government of Haiti, out of frustration with not being able to directly target the gangs and seeing the weakness of the HMP, enlisted the services of Vectis Global, an American-based security contracting firm, formerly Blackwater, to provide a drone task force and other intelligence and operational planning services. The task force has around 200 personnel in Haiti, and to date, by one count, 1,243 persons have been killed in drone strikes in 141 operations from March 25 to January 26, including 17 children. This force is paid by the Haitian government, and there's talk of them expanding their services to include border work and possible collection of fees at border crossings. And then the fourth or final area to consider in security, of course, are the Haitian forces. The Haitian National Police will bring on an additional 4,000 officers this year, another 4,000 next year. It's been struggling to retain its members and to get them the training and equipment they need to be effective. Of importance, I think, now is the fact that their infrastructure, their stations, their bases, all the places that police need to operate out of, their logistics have been hollowed out by gang attacks and need to be almost entirely rebuilt. So there's a lot of things to be done, even absent having boots on the ground. And the Haitian Army, or the FAD, is also a factor. It's just over 1,300. It's been receiving training from Mexico and Brazil. The Army was disbanded, of course, in 1996, when then President Aristide was concerned about a possible coup. It was restored in limited numbers under President Martelli, but never quite found its footing. The U.S. recently lifted the earlier prohibition on assistance to the Army, and Mexico and Brazil have been helping, as I said, with the training. So I and others have argued for a much larger Army, for the anchor that would provide the hold part once the police have cleared an area. It's something we can also talk about if there's interest. So in play, there's the HMP, the FAD, Vectis, and the GSF, so four different entities. It's still small compared to conventional peacekeeping missions in Haiti, which have been as much as 20,000, and the size of the internal Haitian forces are small by any standards for a modern security force. But it's more robust than we've ever had to date, so it's an opportunity that really needs to be capitalized on. So in short, the next year is the first real chance Haiti has had since the assassination 5 years ago. It's not had an election in 10 years, and the ultimate goal, in addition to restoring security, is to hold that election at least under minimally free and fair conditions. There's a narrow chance that everything will come together and this will work, but there's a lot of things that need to happen to get to that point. So let me go through 13 or 14 things that I have on my list of stuff that we need to look at and maybe need to do better. So first of all, what to do about arms trafficking. This comes up in every Haiti conference, every Haiti discussion. What about the arms trafficking? This is a purely US issue. Almost all the arms are coming from the United States. We're horrible at this. Mexico has also been on us for 2 decades, trying to get us to help control the influx of arms into these countries. all sorts of reasons, which I think everyone's aware of, why this is difficult for the United States, but it's something that really needs to be tackled. Most of the arms that come to the gangs are ultimately from the United States. And a second related issue is the border issue with the Dominican Republic. Also, again, a place of great opportunity. It's been seen as a place where there could be tremendous cross-border economic activity, but also a place that has a lot of risk, and of course, a lot of those arms that are coming in flow across that border. Third, is there an operational plan? And this is something that we were kind of obsessed with at USIP, was what is the operational plan for all these security forces, and what is the broader picture in which it rests? The OAS plan is fantastic. That's, to me, one of the first times I've seen the OAS really bring together a really reasonable, rational, strong plan. Chatham House has now done a paper on what it recommends for security, but at the end of the day, it needs to be Haitian-owned. There needs to be a Haitian national security strategy. There actually is one, which was reasonably good. It was issued last year, the Haitian National Security Strategy. It's like what any country would do at the national level. But there needs to be, I think, an operational plan where all of these different security entities come together under a Haitian plan, and it's clear who's doing what and how they're doing it. And then one of the key questions, I think, in that plan, Van de Velbat-Brand, who's a very, one of the world's experts on subnational groups and violent criminal groups and insurgents, did a paper for us at USIP on the question of a gang strategy. What should be the right gang strategy? The main thing she looked at was, should it be a decapitation strategy, which appears to be with the drone strikes, the one that's going on now, or should it be a territorial strategy where the main thrust of it is taking territory back from the gangs and then holding that territory with force and with government services? So she has a very good, I'm happy to share that. I've got it that I could share electronically with anyone that's interested. It's a two-part study, probably one of the most detailed studies that's been done outside the intelligence communities of the gangs and their capabilities. Fourth, are there effective mentors and advisors for the Haitian forces? So one of the first leaders of the civilian police monitors in the 90s was Ray Kelly. Ray Kelly was the chief of the New York, he was a New York Police Department commissioner. And a great guy. My wife is from Staten Island, so we know all about the New York Police Department. And he said to me, we were driving around once, and he said, look, he said, I'm training Haitian police officers that have not only never been police officers before, they've never seen police officers before. They don't know what it looks like. He said, when I was in New York, he said, I could have third generation cops. And again, my wife being from Staten Island, she said, oh yeah, I know those guys, they're in my neighborhood. And so there's a tradition and a history of policing that he just had to hire the guys and train them, and they kind of knew what to do. And in Haiti, that wasn't the case. And so the importance to me of mentors and advisors, and we've had these sporadically. Sometimes we surge and then we pull back. And the New York Police Department actually has been providing mentors and advisors to the Haitian police for a long time, I think on their own. Anyway, that's something that I think we really need to keep looking at, and how can we do that more effectively and more consistently? And then a similar question is there a need for mentors and advisors in the government ministries? It's very similar in the sense that there's a lot of very enthusiastic, educated, highly switched on young Haitians that are either in government or want to be in government, but they've never really seen it done before. They don't know what an effective government looks like. So I think there's a place for that. And a related issue is the great humanitarian Paul Farmer, who passed away some years ago, but everyone knows him from his work after the earthquake and for just continually trying to help bring better health care to Haiti. When he was done with a lot of this stuff, he said he realized that they did too much directly and not enough to strengthen the government. And this was something that I think a lot of people came to understand. The assistance was always private entities going down and establishing another private entity, and that was the linkage. They were afraid of putting money into the government because they might steal it, it might be misused or whatever. But in the process, the government never really cohered. And so as a consequence, again, we have a very weak government that just doesn't have the institutional framework. So I think there's a place for this. UNDP has a program where they're providing some mentors, some advisors in the government. I think that's something that could be done even perhaps more. Sixth is, can Haiti expand its army? Again, I think we're at a place where there's been a debate about the expansion of the army, what's the proper role for the army. Again, it was disbanded, then brought back, but it's very tepid. The United States finally lifted its prohibition on helping the army, so the U.S. can now provide some support for the army, but it's something that I think needs to be looked at. It's the entity, particularly now when you're dealing with a gang force that fights like an army. They have long weapons, they have drones, they have mortars, they have everything. So they fight like an army. They need to be opposed by an army, not by a police, even a police that's expanded in some cases to be a counter-gang force. Seventh, should Haiti negotiate with the gangs? Now, this is another question that's just raging right now. Should they negotiate with the gangs? There's an article that was done last week, New York Times opinion piece by Renata Segura and Diego Darien of the International Crisis Group, where they argued that once the gangs are pushed back to a certain place, you don't want to do it now because they're in a place of strength, but once they are weakened, that there's going to have to be a negotiation with the gangs. So that's one opinion, but this gets a lot of attention, and I got to tell you, I have never met a Haitian that liked this idea. So this is one that's going to be controversial. 8, is there a way to peel off the younger gang members? Again, in every discussion about Haitian security, there's a question of how can we get those young gang members out of the gangs? And there's a National Commission for Disarmament, Dismantlement, and Reintegration recently activated. That commission was established 2 decades ago to do weapons buybacks, encourage criminals to surrender, and help gang members transition out of a life of crime by providing training and jobs. Whenever I mention this, and I say, why don't we get the ex-gang members and put them up in the countryside doing like what we had in the United States during the Depression, the Civilian Conservation Corps. They can plant trees, they can dig ditches, they can provide irrigation. People just come alive. They say, yeah, it's a great idea. Anyway, that's something that also needs to be strengthened. And again, something where countries that can't have boots on the ground could nonetheless have, have something like this, these programs that they supported. 9th is, where's the hemisphere? The OAS, again, has responded, I think, better than it has in a very long time. There's still a lot that could be done, I think, by other countries in the hemisphere. Again, a lot of these non-kinetic programs, there's a lot to be done. 10th, what's realistic in terms of an election? The next big step is an election. There has to be an election. Haiti's been a long time without any elected officials. The Congress served out its term. There's no elected officials anywhere. So this is something that's urgent, but it's always a question, do you want a bad election done quickly or do you want a good election later on, and how does that work? Some Haitians are arguing, as I've heard it, that even to have an election that had, say, 10% turnout, 10% turnout, still, 500,000 people, and that's 500,000 people more than have elected the current government. So there's a back and forth on that, but it's a real tricky thing. At 11, can civil society continue to advance? One of the real bright spots in Haiti, as I revisited it after being away for a couple decades, was the growth of civil society. There is a very vibrant, dynamic civil society now in Haiti that is just, frankly, waiting for something to do. 12th, is there potential for economic development? There's an argument about whether we do security first and then maybe get to economic development, but we can't interrupt security. There's another argument that I have heard from business leaders, both in Haiti and in the United States, potential investors that say, look, they have to go hand in hand, A, because of jobs, but B, because, it's too big of a country to say, we'll just put the country on hold economically. So that they have to probably go hand in hand. One of the big impediments to investment is corruption. And one wonders if maybe a CICIG type program like was active in Guatemala a decade ago might be one of the ways to get around that. But there's work that would need to be done on corruption. 13 is just how long do we need to do this? Again, I've said a very long time. Let me just leave it at that. So let me just say in conclusion, 2026 is really the best hope we've had for Haiti in a very long time. If this current effort, this is the warning, if the current effort somehow collapses, the new force takes a lot of casualties, somebody withdraws, they don't reach the 5,500, the training of the HMP turns out police that quickly leave or quit or whatever, if this effort collapses, I don't think it's going to be revisited anytime soon. I think 2026 is the year, and if it doesn't work, I think we're in a lot of trouble, because I don't see anyone coming back in 2027 or 8 and saying, let's try this again. This has got to work, and it's got to be a full-on effort by the entire hemisphere, all countries doing everything they can to pitch into this. So let me just read something I wrote at the conclusion of the Haiti chapter of my book, based on experiences in the 90s, but being written with the reflections from 2022. I said, more than mere institutions, for Haiti to succeed, it needs a new social contract. Slowly and painfully, that social contract is being written. In the end, I believe Haiti simply had to live through the challenges of the past 20 years to expunge its fascination with demagogues, to value the worth of each citizen, and to overcome its horrific past. It was never going to be easy or quick. We had learned a great deal about preparing UN contingents for deployments, about civil-military integration, about building police and other institutions, about guiding a fragile political process. But we had not learned that cases such as Haiti's are the work of a generation. Do we have a generation in our political system? We apparently do. As 20 years still we're still there. But it would be easier if we settled in for the long haul rather than going in fits and starts through what was going to always be a very long process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Keith. We have about 15 minutes for questions. So please, if you have questions, let me know and we'll walk over a microphone to you, and I'll come back here first.
Hey, sir, thank you for your time today. Appreciate you coming here. I'm Colonel Julian Benson, U.S. Air Force. One of the hallmarks of creating national stability is making national unity or national pride. But how do you, from the outside in, make a form of national pride to a country that's not your own?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the answer is engaging actively where support is needed with Haitian organizations or individuals, entities that are doing that. But certainly, I mean, national pride, you know, if the outsiders can be helpful in restoring security, I mean, that's a point of national pride. We now have our city back. So I think there's some things that just require outside assistance, as that does, and some of the other things. But always, again, doing everything through a very intense Haitian lens with Haitian partners, and again, Haitian ownership is really the key. Again, on these issues of security planning, that's got to be something that is issued by the Haitian government. And one of the other things that I didn't mention, but the communication by the government to the people has never been good. It's not something that is getting a little bit better, but you know, the ability to issue a plan or a directive and then to let people know that's going on. But the other thing is that we've also worked on a bit is the question of dialogue, how Haitians are dialoguing among themselves, and then how the results of those dialogues get up to the government. And so some of these things are things that we can support behind the scenes, but then come out as a Haitian solution. There's an entity called the National Patriotic Congress that was very active, and it was supported quietly by Canada indirectly, actually through about 2 interlocutors. But they did very good work in the lead up to the current political arrangement. Their suggestions in the end were not taken, but they gave very good suggestions about the current political environment. So I think there's, again, if done skillfully, knowing when it's behind the scenes, when it needs to be out in front, I think there's ways that can help.
Good morning, sir. Just a comment and a hope that you can elaborate on a point that you would have mentioned in regards to, you ended in reference to Haiti. If the plan doesn't work, it would not be revisited. I would like to first say, because it has to work, that is the only option we have. But you mentioned when you work there in 95, I was actually there in 95 as well, that there was a program in terms of building the Haitian National Police. And I would put it to you that, and maybe you can comment on it, that this is one of the things that the present engagement seems to be getting right, in the sense that they are focusing on building the Haitian National Police and the Haitian Army. In my preparation for a brief for the GSF, I noticed that out of the 14 or 15 engagements over the years, when countries would have come in and did what they did, they left out that vacuum, and that is why we're here today. So can you comment on the effect of what the GSF is doing in building the Haitian National Police and the Haitian Armed Forces in regards to the success?
So it's actually a different plan. The MSS came in to support the Haitian National Police. That was their whole mission. The GSF is actually coming in to fight the gangs. So it is a little bit different. It's a good question. I actually don't know the answer of how the GSF, what its relationship, its partnership is with the HNP and the Army. I assume they're working together, but it's a very good question. They should be working hand in glove to do this together. Again, I assume with language and everything else, there will be joint units and things like that, but that's a really important component of it. In the 90s, there was a pretty good, I thought, pass-off because the police were trained. There was a big training base out by the airport, you remember that? And so the police were being trained, but then they were immediately passed off to the police monitors, the mentors. And we had a very creative program from the United States where we went around all the local police forces and stripped out all their Creole speakers. So we had about 70 or 80 from Miami, from New York, from Boston, from Los Angeles, Chicago. It was very exciting because these Haitian Americans came back down speaking fluent Creole, but with the experience of American policing. And Canada had probably the second biggest contingent of advisors, and then the French were behind that. But there was a lot of police advisors that were spread out with them. I think that's, again, the key to success. Once they've been trained, they still need that assistance in the field, getting up every morning. Have you done your operational plan? What do we do today? How do we avoid civilian casualties, all those sorts of things? So that's I think, going to be the key. There's a lot of pieces of this, and I'm assuming or hoping they're all together. I also briefed the GSF and recommended that, so hopefully they have that plan that comes together collectively.
Sí, buen día. Vicecomodoro Mariano Mojau, de la Fuerza Aérea Argentina.
Mariano Mojau from the Argentine Armed Forces. Thank you for your presentation. I'd like to know if you have any critical, constructive criticism for MINUSTA. There was Chapter 6-7 that sought to ensure stability in the security forces. Perhaps it didn't have sufficient joint follow-up. So what type of constructive criticism would you consider for this type of mission so that it could be applied in future missions? Well, MINUSTA had its ups and downs. There was the cholera outbreak, all of those things. But to me, it was still the best security force available. And when it left in 2017, you had mentors, advisors, and those who were helping the police that had been trained to give them a final push. I think the real disaster was the withdrawal. And I hope that's what they think. I hope that there's a place to reestablish security, which in this case requires foreign forces. That's fine for them to come in and restore security, but in partnership with the Haitians. They're the ones who remain, but we have to find a way to get a larger force into Haiti. We're talking about 5,000 members of police, 6,000, 1,000 from the Army in a country that has so much unemployment and so many young people who want to help. So I think the speed with which we could train up a new force could be critical. And that's what I saw too with MINUSTA, and that I think they more or less did well. The other thing that's moving forward, because it wasn't just the police, but it was also the judicial system that was robust. Carl Alexander, a friend of mine, was in Haiti with me in the 90s, and he continued as the deputy SRSG under MINUSTA. And he showed me how difficult it had been to organize and enhance the judicial system, but that too is absolutely urgent. Just imagine that you have this new force that's restoring things, and you still have the gangs. What happens with them if there's no prison, if there's no justice? That's something that has to be done in parallel, but MINUSTA did that well.
Buenos días, Fernando Sáenz.
Good morning, Fernando Sáenz from Guatemala in Spanish. I was going to speak in English, but since you speak Spanish and it's really good, I'll go ahead in Spanish. I have a personal question. So for a situation in which a country has for so long, for generations, lived in a certain way, for some it might sound ridiculous, this proposal that I have, but I don't think it's just sufficient to have cultural change, but a change of mindset. And when you think about a change of mindset, we're talking about a type of culture or people who have been brought up a certain way. And now we're teaching them something new. Historically, there are nations that have had to go through, well, for example, a country that had to spend 40 years in the desert to have a change of perspective. So that complete change, sometimes it's been approached in a holistic and comprehensive way. Or has anything like that been involved or included in the new proposal? I don't know, missionaries or the church or something that could come alongside the Haitian people in this profound moment of change. It's a good question. Of the many who have gone to Haiti, there are many, or there were at one point, many who would go from the United States to Haiti. So there's a certain type of liaison there. But I don't think we've accounted for the destruction that was caused by the Duvalier government. That was unique in this hemisphere. Nothing like what happened in Argentina, Chile, or Brazil. That was an authoritarian regime that controlled absolutely everything. There was no civilian society, no free press, there were no political parties. It really completely destroyed society. And that only came to an end in 88. And then from 88 to 94, there were 6 years of an arrangement. But basically in 1994 was when we really saw something new in Haiti. And that wasn't very long ago. That's just barely over 30 years ago. So I think that we have to acknowledge how long this trek has been and how long it's going to be. And the same thing we saw in Afghanistan and Iraq and many societies that have been utterly controlled by horrific dictatorships. Moving forward from there is not a question of 6 months or a year or even 5 years. It's an entire generation. But in Haiti, the new generation is very new. It's different from their parents. Young people are really enthusiastic. There is peace in many parts of the country, and that's what we have to bear in mind as well. The problem right now is in the capital, but there are different cities that are living in peace because the society at the local level has managed to bring that about. There are all sorts of examples, and there are organizations that they work with, the University of Quisqueya, for example, but it's still a question of long-term project, but built on the foundation of security. So in that sense, I agree with you as officials. We have to begin with that. But then we also have to do in parallel many other things.
Buenos días, soy el capitán.
Good morning. Captain Marcelo Martinez from the Ecuadorian Navy. I'll speak in Spanish. First, I just want to thank you for your magnificent presentation and the information you've provided, which will be of great use to us as future advisors. My question has to do with the political current events. Security, social development, that won't change if we don't have a real profound shift in the political life of the country, especially when you look at the instability. And throughout its history, the country has not had a trajectory that laid out a clear map forward. What do you think the path should be then for current political leaders and the political elite who are currently in power, or community leaders, so that everyone can come to agreement around a social pact that would allow for this type of social stability that would help any of the solutions? Because whether it's from the OAS, the UN, or the United States, if that social pact cannot be organized in such that it will allow for political stability, then it won't last. It's a very good point, and that's something that we've considered. I mentioned the Patriotic National Congress, which is an effort to gather the opinions of a variety of different Haitians in a single place. I've always asked them, well, where's your power? So you have these recommendations, but how do you enforce that? I think perhaps the key is working with the international community and having it work with the government of Haiti. Again, there have been a number of sanctions imposed on different individuals who were stealing or were corrupt and in the government or working in the private sector. So there are a number of tools that could be used. So you're right there. But we've also thought, for example, about a type of national roundtable, a system for dialogue, convening the entire country represented by 80 or 90 people and drawing up a new pact. But it's difficult because those in power don't want to give up power, don't want to leave office. And the political system also has some constitutional weaknesses. Even though there are elections, there are a series of constitutional issues that pop up. So that plus corruption, and again, the constitutional issues. I'm holding my breath and a bit anxious about the next elections. If the upcoming elections elect a dynamic leader that's not corrupt, then I think that would be key. But how to get there? There are 200 political parties in the electoral system. Who knows who's going to make it through the gate? So I think that's going to be a difficult and critical point. In the past, the international community has, on occasion, attempted to control the political system. But they say, no, but they're controlling us. It's not a Haitian solution, so it's really difficult. And I don't have an easy answer, except for continued, ongoing support in good faith, engaging as much of the population as possible. Right now, there's no structure for that. There's no way for those who really want to participate to do so.
Thank you, sir. I'm Robin Fonseca. You talked about a long-haul solution. You know, we need to be in this for the long haul. You know, we're dealing with multilateral organizations that have severe budget deficits, arguably a U.S. administration with a short attention span, even though it does have a renewed interest in this hemisphere. What recommendations or suggestions would you have for those of us working in defense and security, you know, throughout the countries in the hemisphere to keep our governments engaged in the long haul? What would you offer as a recommendation for example, the U.S. administration who maybe does not support all of these kinds of efforts or is wanting to pull out of multilateral institutions.
Yeah, the U.S. is surprisingly engaged. I actually don't know where that comes from. Marco Rubio, I guess, but it's very engaged right now in Haiti, and it seems very determined. I don't see any. So it is interesting that there is this focus by the U.S. What I would say about the international organizations, and I would like to write more about this. My book has got a lot about it. The UN is better than we give it credit for, as is the OAS. They stay for the long term because that's what they're there for. So they don't pull out and then come back and then pull out and come back unless they're told to or not funded to stay. But as organizations, as entities, first of all, the UN comes with all the different things you need: an economic development program, the UNDP to help with advisors to government. There's the security component. The UN ought to be the go-to place for this. It's not anymore because we've lost interest or it got politicized or whatever. It's unfortunate. And the OAS, I think, has shown now in Haiti that it can do a lot more than we have been asking of it. So, but those are organizations that stay. They don't pull back their embassies and then maybe we'll go back, and they stay. So that's where the capacity is, and that's where I think it ought to rest if we can get over, again, this crazy politicization of the UN with the black helicopters showing up in Utah and all this kind of crazy stuff. We've got to, I think, get to a point where we believe again in the UN. And again, the definitive work on that was done by Jim Dobbins. He looked at all peacekeeping missions done by the UN versus those done just by the United States. The UN consistently did it better. So I think getting to a place where we re-energize the UN would be nice, and pay our dues and all the other things that are part of that. And again, the OAS has a very dynamic role that it has developed on Haiti that I think could be a model for these things. But absent the UN, we've now got something that we're trying to recreate, a UN peacekeeping mission without the UN, and I think we've done a reasonably good job of it. And the longevity part, that's why it's so important this next year that it leaves in place strong, capable Haitian forces that can then, with a certain number of advisors, can continue the fight and continue to hold the ground that hopefully will now be taken by this gang suppression force. So it's not optimal, but nothing's optimal in this world, especially with Haiti. So, there should be a way that it can work. Thanks.
Thank you, Keith, for all that really in-depth overview and discussion. We now turn to our first of two Organization of American States speakers, which has been at the forefront of the multilateral efforts to support Haiti. Ms. Patilda Muñez serves as a Director of Access to Rights at the OAS. She brings deep expertise in democratic governance, human rights, and inclusion across the Americas. She will be outlining the OAS vision for a path towards stability in Haiti. Ms. Muñez, please.
Muy buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning. I will be giving my presentation in Spanish because we have interpretation available. So I'd like to extend thank you to all the authorities, all the participants, professors, and the Inter-American Defense College. Thank you all for being present in this discussion. We recognize Ambassador Pierre, and also we also have Ambassador Savage from Canada and Argentina, and also my colleague, in a special mission for Haiti at the OAS. And I'd like to thank my dear Giovanni Sneed, for the invitation. It is indeed a great pleasure to participate, to exchange some ideas about the situation in Haiti, and also the work that has been done from the OAS and the solution as the Secretary General Albert Randim, to speak about a crisis that, as we've been saying, is a national crisis, but has a regional impact that is significant, and it has repercussions in the stability and development of the whole region. And this is why it is indeed a priority for Secretary Randim. And also I'd like to say what we've been doing and saying with the authorities from Haiti and other international partners to support the country in its path to recovery and stability. As the agenda shows, this is going to be the first part of a presentation, that we have two parts. And in the political perspective, I will be presenting everything that's been doing through the roadmap for Haiti, and then my colleague Ivan Marquez, who is the Secretary of Multidimensional Security, will speak about the security. Now, obviously, the situation of the country, we've been talking about it throughout this morning. It is the result of a complex combination of several factors that have been accumulating in the past decades. And the previous presentations have explained that perfectly, so I'm not going to go too deep in that. But of course, there are some institutional and political challenges, along with socioeconomical conditions, structures, and the impact of natural events, natural disasters, and of course the presence of criminal groups and networks that have affected the security and the functioning of the institutions. All that has generated an environment that is very demanding for the capacity of the state and for the efforts in order to reinforce the governance and the stability. And as I said, my predecessors have already explained the current situation, but these numbers help to understand the magnitude of the situation, and especially in the metropolitan area in Port-au-Prince, there are some dynamics of complex security connected because of the gangs, and violence provokes deaths, and masses of people crossing the border, and Haiti has one of the countries that has more people displaced in its own country, and also there's a situation of food insecurity, and in this context, the access to basic services has been really affected. So the security conditions nowadays, they're still a huge challenge for the functioning of the state, including in the capital of the country. But beyond the numbers, there's also a political dimension and a regional dimension that we also should consider for Haiti. Haiti is at the heart of the Caribbean. It's part of the Inter-American system, and there's a geographical aspect about it between the north and the south of our hemisphere. So the challenges of the country has implications that go beyond its borders, and that has effects on the regional security, but also on migration dynamics and criminal transnational activities, and of course the stability of the neighboring countries and the region as a whole. For this reason, Haitian crisis, at least from the perspective of the OAS, cannot tackle just this as an internal aspect. It requires a response combining regional leadership with a commitment from the international community. And I think this has been the common denominator of the previous presentations we've had this morning. So now to be more specific about this roadmap and about the Haitian roadmap for the stability and peace in Haiti. So this is a roadmap that comes from this need to give a structure to this collective response. Ambassador Pierre mentioned that for years the international community mobilized many resources to support Haiti, and there's been some missions of security, development programs, humanitarian initiatives, and political mediation efforts. But one of the persistent challenges was the lack of a strategy that could regulate all these efforts. So I always say very good intentions, but very widespread. And very often we've seen many actors working in parallel with different programs and different priorities, and this has generated duplications and also breaches in the implementations, and also a perception of fragmentation that was also highlighted by the ambassador, and this has made difficult to achieve results on time. There's maybe some results partially, but they cannot endure time. And the efforts we've seen from Antigua and Barbuda respond to that concern of fragmentation, and the member states gave mandate to the General Secretary Randim to develop a strategic framework that would allow to align the regional efforts, the national efforts, and the international efforts, and to support Haiti in its process of political stabilization and reconstruction of the institutions. So somehow the roadmap and the tools of visibilization of the situation of Haiti that has been the source for this tool has been accepted by those members. So we now have a new program of cooperation, because it's not that we want to add to the Haiti fatigue that has been mentioned so far. It's not a new program. It's not a parallel mechanism to other initiatives that already exist. It's rather an instrument, a tool that seeks to organize the regional and international support with other priorities that have been already defined under the leadership of Haiti leadership, and without replacing those initiatives that already exist. It's more about reorganizing the priorities and the goals, and to reorganize what's been done multilaterally and laterally, and also to provide more visibility to those breaches and to see where are the opportunities for synergies. One of the main focus of this roadmap for the OAS is that this process needs to be led by Haiti. And this is not just a matter of political principles, it's really a necessity so that the effort can be continuous and the results can last. The Haitian authorities need to be the protagonist of this process for the reconstruction of the country, and they require financial support, technical support, political support, and will never replace national leadership. At the same time, this roadmap recognizes that the Haitian context has a high level of coordination, international coordination. So I repeat, it requires a high level of international coordination. And it's very complex. It's a very complex crisis. Therefore, there are multiple actors that have already been mentioned this morning: the OAS, United Nations, the CARICOM that has been fundamental, as well as the IADB, the World Bank, the CAF is also working, and bilateral donors and humanitarian organizations. For this reason, we've been reinforcing as well from the OAS spaces that are not so visible. So it's like a diplomacy that is quiet, the quiet diplomacy. And we can see that in different spaces, mechanisms, and there's been some coordination efforts, especially under the leadership of Secretary Randim, and also with international partners, and I have to say with CARICOM and United Nations that have been fulfilling a very important role. So these look to exchange the information and the promotion and the mapping of opportunities, and also that what's been highlighted in this roadmap can advance coherently and in a complementary way. This roadmap also provides a holistic approach to coordinate these efforts for Haiti, and it's been done aligned with 5 strategic pillars that allow to articulate with coherence the different dimensions of the crisis of the country. The first pillar is the one about security, stabilization of the security and restoration of peace. And as I said, it's focused on security. This is truly the central element, because as we've been saying, without minimum conditions of security, it is clearly impossible, or it's impossible to keep advancing on the other dimensions of the crisis. And the state institutions cannot operate normally, and humanitarian organizations cannot move the support, and they cannot reach the communities. The economy cannot flourish, so they need this security. Therefore, the first pillar is security. Professor Keith also mentioned that there's already a resolution at the Security Council for the United Nations from September last year, where it was approved the establishment of the Gang Suppression Force, which represents a very important step in this domain for the stabilization of the security. This force seeks to reinforce the capacity of the Haitian state to face those armed groups and to recover that space of the territory, starting with the capital. As for the question that was asked by our colleague before, what happens beyond this intervention, this tactical intervention that could last 1 year or 2 years, the Gang Suppression Force? Well, that's precisely where organizations such as the OAS, the Organization of American States, and especially through its multidimensional secretary, they can keep implementing initiatives that will build institutional capacity with the national Haitian police, so that they can sustain those advances that could be reached with the GSF. My colleague Ivan Marquez will develop those initiatives later on, but of course it's called Secure Haiti, and that is a comprehensive program axed to reinforcing the logistics and the operational capacities of national police. The second pillar of this document, of this roadmap for Haiti, is connected to the political consensus and support to governance. And that's a specific focus for the governability, for the politics, and we talked about the different crises in the institutions and in the government in Haiti. Now, obviously, there's been some important steps to advance in this political transition, but there were many hurdles along the way. It's not easy to articulate all the efforts and all the political wills, and we seek a space for dialogue and debate between the different institutions and the governance infrastructures that are necessary to ensure this transition. The objective is to consolidate the institutional stability that would allow us to keep advancing in the different goals considered in this roadmap. Another element that needs to be mentioned is that CARICOM has played a major role with good practices and promoting the political dialogue between different actors as a facilitator, basically, to achieve this precarious stability. And from the OAS, we've been supporting with regional coordination and diplomatic coordination. These are efforts that are usually unseen, but we can see those efforts led by Secretary Randim. The third pillar of this roadmap is connected to the elections and to the institutional legitimacy, because obviously Haiti didn't have elections in the past 10 years, and the elections are a priority. So for this third pillar, what we propose, and then we are in an action from the OAS, we want to support the efforts from Haiti, acts to the preparation and the celebration of free elections in Haiti, so that they can renovate with legitimacy to the authorities in the country. And we've been working on the promotion of institutional capacities, improving the technical frameworks, as well as space for cooperation, such as the election and electoral institutions. And when the Secretary Randim was visiting officially Haiti in December last year, it was his first visit as Secretary General from the OAS, and it was approved, the decree that there will be elections in Haiti in August, December 2025. I mean, it was planned for 2025, and now it's 2026. We will see if the results of the GSF, the Gang Suppression Force, are there so that we can finally celebrate elections in August or December. And hopefully those actors will already be organized to establish this decree, and we can have these elections, and that's definitely a great step.
Fourth pillar is linked to humanitarian response. It's not creating new initiatives in terms of humanitarian aid. What it proposes is to coordinate that humanitarian aid and facilitate its use and implementation throughout the territory, especially in those areas where there are more drastic needs. And that includes supporting the connections between humanitarian agencies, international partners, and ensuring that the aid actually makes it to the most vulnerable populations. Again, the importance of being able to stabilize the country and security such that the supply chain to the most vulnerable communities can be as effective as possible. Because we're talking about human lives that are at stake. And then the fifth and last pillar has to do with sustainable development and economic progress. Basically, what it does is, in this document, it maps out a variety of different initiatives that will assist economic development and the strengthening of the institutions of the productive sector. So it promotes investions for key investment, for protecting that critical infrastructure, and it also involves programs to develop job skills and employment. So it speaks to the multi-dimensional aspect of this crisis and multi-dimensional security, because gangs often seek out young people who don't have many employment opportunities, and they're basically easy prey for these gangs and international criminal organizations. I'd just like to close by saying that the OAS is creating a digital platform that Secretary Randim has called the Haiti Dashboard. It's a digital dashboard that seeks to resolve this issue of the fragmented approach that the ambassador referred to and bringing about this strategic coherence that he mentioned. As we've known, historically speaking, one of the recurring issues we see with international aid to Haiti has been the widespread applications of different types of approaches, initiatives, programs that are not coordinated with the others or with other aid agencies. But if we have a common platform, then we can visualize and see very quickly what's up and running and what's being done. So this dashboard then seeks to resolve that issue. The tool will make information available about programs underway, financing that's either multilateral or bilateral, expected outcomes, stakeholders involved, progress made in different metrics so that we can map it and see what's happening where, which stakeholders are where, and which part of the country. So more than a technological tool, the dashboard, or what we hope it can be, is a shift in the way we manage international cooperation, such that we have a single clearinghouse of sorts where we can coordinate better our efforts so that it's more transparent and there's greater accountability. And we have better information for making decisions. To close, I'd just like to share a few thoughts. Implementing this roadmap has been a very active process involving high-level political leaders and Secretary General Ramdi. It also has received institutional support from the hemisphere for Haiti. The process has involved strategic engagements with different governments, financial support. For example, the Inter-American Development Bank is very committed to this. Multilateral organizations and different partners who all seek to provide this political and financial support that will make it possible to implement the priorities identified. And this is also with ongoing monitoring of the efforts made and progress so that we can ensure that this is political, technical, and institutional support that's well coordinated for the country. So the roadmap seeks a common approach to orient and direct those efforts aimed at helping Haiti so that they are better coordinated between international, regional, and national entities. Among the next steps, I'd highlight the fact that the Republic of Haiti has requested of the OAS Secretary General the reestablishment of a special agency there in Haiti so that it can strengthen more direct, coordinated communication and efforts that have to do with the roadmap and the dashboard, for example, that are set up to support Haiti. My colleague Alberto Fori is the special envoy from the Secretary General to Haiti to direct this special mission. It's already underway, and it's basically an active mechanism on ground to reinforce the way in which we are coming alongside Haiti in these efforts. So with that, I'm just willing to respond to your questions, and I thank you again for this opportunity to share with you about the OAS work in Haiti.
Muchas gracias. We have about 10 minutes, probably about 3 questions.
Muchas gracias, doctora Betilda.
Thank you, Dr. Betilda Muñoz from the OAS. Thank you for your presentation. It's really important to understand the roadmap. But it's also important to bear in mind how elections will be monitored. So I wonder, what criteria will the OAS use to assess whether the conditions are such, minimal security, for example, such that elections could be conducted in Haiti? Thank you for the question. Electoral processes are essential. Our role at the OAS is not to determine whether a country has the conditions needed for conducting elections, but rather that's something led by Haiti, especially the electoral authorities. But we do have some tools to help Haiti make that decision or come to that conclusion. We have an area that focuses specifically on electoral cooperation and electoral observations. I wouldn't mention observations at this point because we're talking about assessing the lay of the land to determine whether Haiti is really ready for conducting elections. We're working with the Provisional Electoral Council. It's called the DECO, which is basically the task force charged with evaluating different stages, and we've mapped them out. Basically, what are the different elements needed to ensure that you can have safe elections? For example, purging the electoral lists to ensure that people really have an ability to make it to the electoral centers. Let's go to some questions again. What do we do with 1.3 million Haitians who have been internally displaced, who want to vote and they want to go vote where they've always voted, and that's where they are on the electoral list. But what do we do, for example, about different areas that are under the control of the gangs? We have to see how the gang suppression force can make progress with the help of the UN Security Council. And how can we ensure that voters will be safe on the day of elections? There are all sorts of other factors that, together with assessments from Haitian authorities, will allow us to determine whether everything's ready or if we're 95% there, so that we could have elections in August. But it's nothing that we would decide. Rather, Haitian authorities will determine, with our support, of course, and engagement, and that of other organizations such as UNDP or BNU, which also has electoral experts. They will be the ones to help Haiti decide when it's time. I hope the Haitian ambassador is in agreement. Good morning, Juan Carlos Reyes from the Chilean Armed Forces. My question has to do with the roadmap. I was looking at it, and it's pretty ambitious in terms of a timeline. I think, again, looking out towards the third quarter of 2028, given the number of countries that have sometimes, in the case of Chile, been there for 13 years.
Por favor, regresan a sus mesas y asientos. Comenzamos en un minuto. I'm trying. Okay. Unless there are questions of my presentation, I have a few. Promise. No, this is a good class. Yes, sir. Clase 65. Clase 65. Welcome back, everybody. Please take your seats and return to the table as we welcome our next speaker who brings a unique perspective. Our next speaker brings a unique perspective, that of a Caribbean military leader and diplomat who has witnessed international interventions in Haiti across multiple decades. Ambassador and retired Brigadier General Anthony Philip Spencer has served as the ambassador and permanent representative to Trinidad and Tobago to the OAS. Ambassador Philip Spencer will draw on his extensive experience to examine the lessons from the past international actions in Haiti. Ambassador, welcome.
Good morning, buenos dias, bonjour, bon dia. Yeah, I think I had that covered. Good. It's good to be back at the IADC, and I feel very much at home here. I left Washington, D.C. about just under a year ago. I served first as our country's defense and military attaché from 2004 to 2010. And I spent lots of time here. And then I came back as for my sins, something I didn't get right first time. I came back as our ambassador and had the pleasure to serve here with you representatives of the great nations of our hemisphere. I must acknowledge the leadership of the college, Admiral Osorio, and I know that the chairman of the board is still here, and the other leadership. I am deeply grateful for the invitation. You know, I'm re-retired. I retired twice. I retired from the military and then from diplomatic service. And so it was good to be pulled out of re-retirement to come here and share with you a few thoughts in a presentation on something that's near and dear to my heart. I also want to acknowledge the other ambassadors from the OAS. I'm not sure they're bilateral ambassadors here, but let me specifically acknowledge our distinguished ambassador from Haiti. Un plaisir toujours. Thank you. And I see, just as I was saying, I was not seeing any bilateral ambassador. I see a dear friend, a distinguished Caribbean man, His Excellency Ambassador, Major General retired Anthony Anderson. My eyes are blessed, General. Thank you. Let me also acknowledge the other representatives of the missions to the OAS from the countries here in the hemisphere. And, you know, I think I'm the fourth speaker this morning, so I feel as though I'm in a relay where I've got the baton way ahead, so I have little to do. Make sure no one catches me and cross the line. I want to just express my appreciation to the presenters that went ahead of me. Your presentations were excellent. You set the stage for me to just now share a few thoughts. I won't repeat things that you've already gone over. I think you've delivered a sound and clear message that is now for us to reflect on and see how we respond to the theme of today's seminar. And then, of course, I want to acknowledge, before I go to class 65, and I know I'll get it again. I said, before I come to you. You know, the staff, the faculty and staff at the IADC, I don't think we express our appreciation to them enough. Yesterday when I signed the visitor's book here, I spoke of the IADC as one of the most influential institutions in this hemisphere for ensuring our peace and security. General Admiral and the faculty and staff, thank you very much for your service and all you do to keep us here in the hemisphere safe and secure. And then, of course, I go again to class 65. Good. Good. I missed hearing that. It's good to be back to share a little bit on a very important topic. So, I've been given a whole hour on the program. I don't think I need a whole hour to run this final leg. So let's see how quickly we go. First, you know, I thought that the theme for today's seminar was really accurately selected. So once again, the IADC has done exceptionally well. In the theme, there are three particular contexts that I want to focus on. First, you see the theme referring to understanding. There's a book I read that says, with all you're getting, get understanding. And that important prerequisite of making sure we understand and as much as possible get a clear and accurate, compelling perspective of what is before us. I think the team encourages us to do that, and the presentations so far have set us on that path. But then, you know, it doesn't stop at asking us to understand. It challenges us to contemplate how we should be responding. And my topic today, I had the privilege of looking all the way back to 1993, when the first UN Security Council resolution was adopted. And since then, in the past 33 years, there have been 14 UN missions established with Security Council resolutions. That first Security Council resolution, in fact, established in 1993 an embargo. It didn't start off setting up a mission. 1993 Security Council Resolution 841, 861, 862, all of them were focused on trying to make sure that there was a trade embargo focused on halting the flow of arms to, at the time, the Force Army d'Haïti in Haiti. So the question is, after 33 years, 14 international responses, because that's what the theme says. It says international. My topic, in fact, says look at lessons from past international actions. And I want to remind that there are international actions, but there are also regional actions. And I'll be speaking in glowing terms as I go along. I think the OAS's roadmap is an excellent indication of where the region has begun to step up and not just leave things to be addressed in our hemisphere to the international context and to the UN. So finally, I'll focus a bit on just sharing with you a few considerations that I have come up with after contemplating the lessons learned from the past. And again, I want to highlight the distinction between regional solutions and international actions as expressed in the theme. So you might want to know what's my perspective on Haiti? One of my colleagues referred to it as, you could have myths. There are myths about Haiti. Some people hold myths. Well, fortunately for me, I didn't have time to adopt any myths. I had the privilege of serving in Haiti firsthand in 1996, like many others here, for 8.5 months. Of the 14 UN missions that were established, I had the privilege of serving in 2 that followed back to back. I served in UNME, which went until June of 1996, and then I served in UNSME, the UN support mission in Haiti. But between 1993 and now, 2026, those 33 years, there have also been a lot of commendable initiatives done bilaterally by individual country partners with the government of Haiti, and also the multilateral partners. In addition to the normal UN office in Haiti now, there are 19 other UN organizations working in Haiti. That's a lot of international action. With all that international action, you might think that the progress could be a little further down the road. Well, as we go along, I'll be challenging us as a region to assume, as the OAS roadmap calls us to, the responsibilities that we must bear in our hemisphere for Haiti. We have the responsibility here to pursue regional solutions, not just regional actions. You could take actions and solve nothing. And that's the point I want to share. So whether it's the FAO, IMF, World Bank, the World Food Program, UNDP, you have international governmental organizations or non-governmental organizations. In spite of all that, Haiti continues to be ranked in most of the indices too low, far too low. Haiti is still considered a least developed country in this hemisphere. Great concern for us. I served, as I said before, in 2 of the earliest of the 14 UN missions. But since 1996, when I left in December 1996, there's something about Haiti. How many of us here have served in Haiti? Just wave your hand. Let me see you. Right. Yeah. Well, let those of us who have had the pleasure of serving there share with you this. When I served in Haiti, there was a sense of endearment that Haiti, it grows on you. Bel pays là. C'est vrai? Bel pays là. Beautiful country. Beautiful country. Question is, how could a country so beautiful be so challenged? And so even after I left Haiti, while I served in the military, I came here as a defense attaché, I continued to work with the Haitian mission. And then, of course, when I came back as ambassador, I had a full baptism of being able to fully again work in support of the interests of Haiti. I had the privilege of serving at the time of chairing the OAS's working group on Haiti. Some of you might recall that for a year. And several things in that experience have helped shape my perspective. So let me start by sharing with you just a few perspectives. I'm trying my best not to go over and repeat what has already been said. I'm trying to break some new tracks here. I'm going to share with you just 5 observations with some data that I will refer to as I go along. In 1996, when I worked with UNME and UNSME as a senior military liaison officer in the force headquarters, and then I served as the U3 plans and chief of current ops for a period. I was responsible for liaising with the Conseil Électoral Provisoire, CEP. At the time, I had to know how many political parties there were in Haiti. There were 1,031 political parties in Haiti in 1996. I don't know, I come from a small country, Trinidad and Tobago. We can't imagine having 1,000+ political parties. But there's good news. The good news is that as at March 28, I think, is the data I saw, there are no longer 1,031 political parties in Haiti. There are now 282. So lots of progress. But I want this data point to sink in, because then you begin to understand, when we speak about trying to find political consensus and resolving the paths to elections, we begin to understand all that has to be dealt with. So that's the first of 5 data points. The second is this. The youth population in Haiti, and this was based on data taken from, and I'd recommend that if you want to keep up on data on Haiti, you visit the Haiti's statistical site. It's itstats.org. AYITI, that's Creole, okay? Not HAITI. AYITI stats.org. You go there and you get lots of good data. 51% of the population of Haiti is under the age of 25. I want that to sink into, because as I go along in my presentation, and I share with you what my premises are in making this presentation, you will be able to put it in context. When my distinguished colleague, Dr. Mines, refers to the CCC, the Civilian Conservation Corps, I was sharing with him. In Trinidad and Tobago, we created a Civilian Conservation Corps in January of 1993. And again, for some other sin that I must have committed, I was one of 2 officers tasked back then with a major. I was a captain. We were given 12 days to design the program, and that program is still running today, 33 years later. There's a large youth population. I want you to store that data point. Let me get to the third. This data point is in the context of what I have observed to appear to be an erosion of public trust in what I call short-term mandates. And let me give you the data now. There have been 33 years, from 1993 to 2026. There have been 14 UN missions. Of those 14 missions, 2 have accounted for 21 years. For 14, and the BNU for 7. That left 12 years. And in 12 years remaining, there have been 12 other missions. Everyone here knows that the issues in Haiti call for a sustained, committed, long-term strategic engagement. Short-term mandates, okay? So that's my third data point. Next data point. coastline of Haiti is 1 2,771 kilometers. I'm not talking about the land border yet, okay? That's just the coastline. Add to that coastline a border with the Dominican Republic of 360 kilometers. So more than 2,000 kilometers, I call it border security. And last I knew, Haiti's maritime security capacity was nowhere near being able to match that. And that's why, again, I want to commend the OAS. I think my colleague, the Secretary for Multidimensional Security, is supposed to come and give his presentation next. And I know that there was a recent meeting, consultation in Panama. Those are excellent signs that as a region, we have begun already to understand and respond to the problem that exists in Haiti. So, my final data point is fairly simple. Bit of a repetition because I use the same data to highlight the challenge of public trust. So Haitians have seen in the past 33 years this quick succession of missions, UN missions. They haven't stayed. In fact, some have not even lasted a year. And they've come and gone. And as has been repeated several times this morning, the single mission that had longevity, where it looked as though we were settling down, we were understanding the problem and learning lessons, that was shut down in 2017, after 17 years. So, a final data point, and please remember this. 33 years, 14 missions, 2 missions accounting for 21 years, 12 missions for 12 years, all told. So those are some observations. I'm going to land with these summarized lessons learned up front. I'll give them to you now, and I'll come back to them when I close. Out of that experience of the past 33 years, I want to share with you what I sense could be 7, at least 7, I'm sure there are others, but I pulled out these 7 lessons that I think we need to pay attention to. And I'll raise the lessons as questions. 1, is it that we should understand and respond and advance what we do concerning Haiti less as an international action and more as a regional or indigenous response? Question there. Second, should our response continue to be short-term? Should it, as I think this is a rhetorical question really, should we now focus on more sustained, strategic, structural, systemic focus responses? Third, should there be less concentration of effort in the Department de l'Ouest and Port-au-Prince and more decentralization? Let me share a statistic with you again. Port-au-Prince and Department de l'Ouest alone, out of the, call it 12 million population of Haiti, accounts for 35% of the population. And soon I will share with you my premise of why it's important to consider that. Have we just been too concentrated in Port-au-Prince and Department de l'Ouest and not as decentralized as we should be? Fourth, and this came up already, fragmentation. We shouldn't be, and I'm not asking this one, we shouldn't be continuing with the fragmentation we really do need a more integrated approach. If you look at all of the missions that have been established so far, most of those missions have been very narrowly focused. Yes, working with the HNP is critical. When I was in Haiti, every week I had to prepare a report on the status of the Haitian National Police for the Force Commander. 6 months, every week. So it's important. I remember we go all the way back to the days of ICITAP. Anybody remembers ICITAP? ICITAP, yeah, working in Haiti way back then. And we've continued to work on the Haitian National Police, and we have to. In Resolution 2793, the Gang Suppression Force is tasked specifically to support and work with the Haitian National Police. So there's no question about that. But we can't work in a single dimension in any mission. It must be multidimensional. And again, sorry if I'm going back repeatedly to the OAS roadmap. I think this roadmap has set us up for a real opportunity for success. Let me share my next lesson learned up front. So right now, children and teenagers are fueling gangs. I'm not aware yet that our international actions have been multi-generational. Population 51% below the age of 25 has to be multi-generational. Yes, we have to cater for the needs of households and of course lots of women who head households and so on in Haiti, common feature in the Caribbean. But it must be multi-generational. And so therefore the Civilian Conservation Corps type initiative have we contemplated including that in the design of missions that we've done. Should the missions also, and this goes back to the Haitian-led imperative, when a mission is designed for Haiti, I'm not talking about just the strategy, I'm talking about when we want to flesh that out now on the ground. How involved are Haitian, indigenous Haitian decision makers, policy makers? We say we want Haitians to lead. Are they involved in designing the missions? And therefore, we need to, and this is my final of 7 lessons learned, I think we could do better, including Haitians in the conceptualizing, thinking about, being involved in the making of the design of the mission. So, if I have to stop now, I've given you the 7 lessons. Let me share with you what my premises are, and then maybe you'll begin to understand how I arrived at those lessons. 1, we have all observed that multiple major natural disasters and related complex humanitarian emergencies have resulted in increased migration and urbanization in search of improved access to opportunities for life and livelihood in Haiti. Earthquake, successive hurricanes, floods. And you realize what happens? People just have to keep moving. And mind you, I have not yet included here the impact of the displaced people in Haiti as a result of the operations and violence that we're seeing from the gangs. So that's 1. 2, I believe that the decentralized inflow of substantial security, humanitarian, economic, and development assistance programming to several other highly populated cities and towns, other than Port-au-Prince and the Department de l'Ouest, will reduce the current and long-standing pressures on the political crisis in Haiti and improve sustainable development, governance, and multidimensional security. Listen, I was there. Everybody leaves the departments, Northeast and wherever else, and they come into Port-au-Prince because that's where the money goes, that's where the opportunities are. Doesn't seem as though, they don't feel as though the opportunities get out to where they come from. And so in addition to the displacement caused now by gang violence, you have traditionally, over the years, had people just looking, people want to live, looking for a livelihood, all flocking to Port-au-Prince. So that Port-au-Prince and Department de l'Ouest now is obviously center of gravity, 35% of the population. Meanwhile, there has not been development assistance programming on the scale to hold off some of those internal migration trends, the urbanization in Haiti. Third, a more decentralized development assistance strategy will address the persistent institutional incapacity for promoting democracy, good governance, the rule of law, protection of human rights, and will result in a lower rate of internal urban migration. 282 political parties, all vying for national leadership. So how many political parties, how many of those political parties are really focused on what we would call local government or state or department type election? How is that working? So clearly, the understanding in Haiti is that if you want to really have any say, any authority, any decision-making influence, you have to run for national elections. Is that so, Ambassador? Is that so? The question is, if we decentralize all of those efforts at building governance outside of Department de l'Ouest and Port-au-Prince, might some of those 282 political parties concentrate on running in their department and not at national level? I don't know. That's the question. That's just the question. The central premise is this. The lessons that we see suggest that it's time for us to contemplate a different model of sustainable development, multidimensional security in Haiti. The approach where Port-au-Prince, a center of gravity, becomes the center of where all the aid inflows, the development assistance goes, needs to be considered again. Let me share with you the populations in departments other than Department de l'Ouest. I come from Trinidad and Tobago. Our population is 1.4 and a little bit million. Department de l'Ouest is almost 4 million. Department de l'Artibonite is 1.675 million. So right there, the whole population of Trinidad and Tobago comfortably fits into Department de l'Artibonite. Department of North, 1.172 million. Several countries in the Caribbean would have to be multiplied by 3 or 4 to fit into the Department of the North. Department of the South, 955,000. So I've just called 4 out of 10 that are already in the ballpark of 1 million. The question is, what is the development programming that is occurring there to stem the internal migration. Meanwhile, as we continue to read, the gangs have figured it out. Hey, we leave you back in Department de l'Ouest and we will start moving to La Tibonite. That's all. I leave the question. So the premise that I made earlier, that a more decentralized development assistance strategy will, one, help address institutional incapacity. I remember when I had to drive all around the country by myself in the UN vehicle, Enche, Wanament, Fort Liberté, Kai, Jacmel, wherever. Because I'm going to visit every Haitian National Police station. And back in those days, the police station may have fit in a corner right there. Yes, with about 4 people assigned to that police station with a huge population. So yes, we need to continue working to help the HNP. But the lesson was that as I kept driving around the country, children at the time were all in their minds intent on getting to Port-au-Prince. Come to Port-au-Prince and that's where you meet the gangs, right? Just saying. We understand that in countries in the Caribbean. I see the ambassador, General Anderson, shaking his head because he has had to deal with that in Jamaica. And so what we're doing here, what I'm trying to do here, I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said. The roadmap is a great opportunity. I hope you pursue it. Let me share what I sense to be, in a nutshell, the problem. So I did the simple SWOT or SWOC analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. You know, there are some strengths right now in the circumstance of Haiti. 1, necessity. Haiti needs a solution. And 2, it's urgent, urgency. That need is urgent. 3, I believe that Haitian people are the most resilient. My paw is raised. Survivability. Could never figure it out how people in Haiti survive the circumstances that they survive through. That is a strength. 4th, see that youth population? Let me give you an example of another country that woke up to its youth population in 2009, and the rest is history. India discovered that in 2009, 65% of their population was below the age of 25. So the tech and digital and digitalization revolution that has now swept across India is because that government, and I went there, I happened to have to go there on a course I was doing, thanks to my good colleagues in Canada. I did one of my professional development programs there. And we met with the Minister of Home Affairs, and they made it clear to us, we have figured out what to do with all these young people. In the design of the roadmap even is digital, disruptive, transformative, technological revolution, part of our contemplation of how we should program what is done. A CCC now, Keith, might not be about going to plant trees. A CCC now might be about getting fellas, guys and girls, who just coding everything in sight, programming anything. But you will only come up with that if the perspective of our response is multi-generational, not traditional. We can't design the traditional peacekeeping mission or any type of mission for Haiti. It's no longer adequate. So they're youth and women. Okay? And finally, among the strengths, I'm only dealing with strengths so far. The Haitian diaspora. So I have to confess, I had to weigh this, and I know there might be at least one Haitian student here, in addition to the ambassador from Haiti. The diaspora is a great strength for Haiti. So the good news is that there's an influential diaspora, but sometimes you have to be careful because it has been sensed that the diaspora also becomes involved. Those 282 political parties. The good news, though, to tip the balance, is that at least Haiti does not have a high level of apathy in its society. They're not prepared to see things and do nothing. That is a strength. What are the weaknesses? Well, we know them all. Instability, inequality, incapacity institutionally. But I go back to this rapid turnover of missions again. That has not helped the uncertainty that Haitians wake up to every day. It is time for whatever the response is in Haiti to be an enduring, sustainable response. Haitians will see. Every 6 months or 5 months, you have to wait to see if the mission is going to be extended. And in a single year, there might be 3 UN Security Council resolutions to extend a single mission. Not even for a year, it would have been extended. That has to change. I think by now we should see that there's a lesson there and figure it out. What are the opportunities? OAS roadmap. Did I say the OAS roadmap? Yeah. The OAS roadmap is a big opportunity. 2, the gang suppression force. If you look at Resolution 2793, it sets up the Haitian National Police will benefit now not only organizationally, but in terms of the operational efficiency and competence. Yes? 3rd, there's a challenge for civil-military relations, especially in a country like Haiti, where Force Armée d'Haïti did some things that people are not, were not so comfortable with. Yes? I'm trying to be careful with my language, right? But across this hemisphere, civil-military relations is a challenge for many countries. I've shared that here with the leadership at the college. And so as we go forward, we must deliberately design into any response we have, even for implementing the roadmap. There are engineers in countries in the hemisphere that could come alongside civil authorities, military engineers, I mean, that could come alongside civil authorities to help not only do the development projects and the infrastructure projects, but help strengthen the civil-military relations capacity, because that's an opportunity waiting to be taken. Finally, and I'll just say the word and stop, not making any further comments on it. Elections, 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 elections. You know, all of the previous presenters pointed out that there is not a single elected official in Haiti now. Is that correct? I want all of us to stop and reflect on how we would feel in our countries if there was not a single elected official in your country. Okay, I move along. Finally, the challenges. Vulnerability is multidimensional. I know we studied that here, so I ain't spending much time. I'm moving along. 30 minutes. Yeah. Fragility. Fragility is not vulnerability. Let me repeat that. You don't have time to do the lecture now, but I'm sure you have you will get conceptual clarity when you go and check it out. Fragility is not vulnerability. Vulnerability is an ex ante circumstance. The fact that you have weak institutions is a driver of vulnerability. The fact that if something happens, you just don't have the capacity to respond means you're vulnerable. In a place where they have the capacity to respond, they're less vulnerable. Fragility is a case where when things happen, the impact, whether you have the capacity or not, and in the case of Haiti, they don't. The impact is severe. So when there was an earthquake in Haiti in January 2010, response capacity had to come from everywhere else around the world. Infrastructure, the standards for building and building codes and so on weren't maintained. So of course, the impact is higher. So those are two separate things. And I want to finally, as a challenge, highlight, yes, poverty is a challenge and so on. But I want to highlight something else that I come from an island nation. Haiti is not quite an island nation, almost. Out of its 2,000 kilometers of border, only 360 is a land border. And then, of course, I didn't mention Ile de la Gonave, Gonave Island, which is a whole other set of coastline. And you know what the reality is that if something is happening to you in Haiti, whereas in a larger country, you could accommodate displacement, in Haiti, you cannot. And so that's a challenge. I think by now, hopefully, you've got why I suggested those 7 lessons up front. And I want to go back to my premise. Presentation is really predicated on the premise. The development model in Haiti has been Port-au-Prince and Department de l'Ouest centric. That needs to change, it seems. If that is changed, the internal migration, listen, if you want to go to university in Haiti, where you have to go, Ambassador? Are there universities in Department Northeast? No. North? Okay. South? Get the point? And so for all the international partners, we have to start looking again, why haven't we been doing the development programming outside of Port-au-Prince and Department de l'Ouest? Let me conclude with the same 7 lessons. I hope you haven't forgot them. Just in case, I'll repeat them. Oh, by the way, for those of us who have worked in Haiti, utility services and social services in Port-au-Prince. Could you imagine if more than 4 million people keep coming into Port-au-Prince? When I was there in 1996, there weren't 4 million people in Port-au-Prince yet. There are 4 million now. And if we do nothing, more than 4 million will arrive. The infrastructure simply cannot accommodate it. So, these seem to me to be some lessons that we need to pay attention going forward. I'll close here. 1, international is good, indigenous might be better. Make sure to include Haitians. If we want Haitians to assume responsibility, they have to be involved, not just in saying, yes, okay, we see the plan, we work along with you. They must be prepared to inject their ideas, their original thought, their creative ideas, the contextual accuracy of their lived experience into the design of these missions. 2, perhaps we should be saying less global and more regional. So there will still be a role for international partners. They will still support. But the main effort, when I was in Haiti in 1996, there were 3 battalions. One was from Canada. Of course, the strength of the mission then was only 1,600, and I missed this. The MNF that went in 1994 to 95 was 25,000 strong. So decentralization occurred. You had battalions all over Haiti. When I went in 1996, the strength of the mission was 1,600. Can't decentralize it. You can't effectively control a decentralized model of peacekeeping that way. But those 3 battalions, there was one from Canada. You know where the other 2 battalions were from? One was from Bangladesh, and one was from Pakistan. Great soldiers. Traveled a long way to come here. Global is always good and always helpful. What about us in the region? 3rd, we need a less short-term and more sustained, structurally and systemically focused approach to responding. 4th, we need to have a less concentrated effort of development assistance, humanitarian assistance, all the assistance programming, and go to a more decentralized model. 5th, so everybody here converted. Stop the fragmentation. Let's do the integration effort. 6, we cannot do a single-dimensional mission, one that's focused only on the HNP. The HNP matters, but we can't do the HNP alone, or we can't do justice alone, like mini-juice. We can no longer go with single-focus, single-dimension missions. We need a multidimensional mission. And again, this is where I go back to saying, I think the OAS roadmap sets us up for success. And finally, 51% are young people. Digital age, information age. If I was below the age of 25 now living in Haiti, and I hear there's a mission that's coming and setting up coding camps down the street from me, I would be happy. I don't need to go to Port-au-Prince. We must take the multi-generational approach, because that's the only way that what we do now in responding will last. I hope I was able to add a little bit to all of the excellent information that was shared in the presentations. I'll share this with you. Much of this I shared when I was here as the ambassador. I'm happy to see some of it has found its way into the roadmap. And I look forward for us completing the journey and making sure that as a region, we provide the solutions and not engage only in action. Thanks very much. Always a pleasure being here. And thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. We have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions.
Okay, sure. I told you I didn't need that whole hour. Right, some might be in Spanish.
Ambassador, very nice to see you again.
Same here.
Good morning. I have a question for you. Given your extensive experience within the Inter-American system, would you consider it viable and advisable for the OAS to establish a mission in Haiti, similar in nature to a peacekeeping operation, taking as a precedent the experience of the Inter-American Peace Force deployed in the Dominican Republic? That was discussed extensively at the OAS.
This is, when you talk about that peace force, what was the year of that force you're talking about?
At the Dominican Republic in the 50s, 60s? 60s.
65?
Yeah.
Yeah, different context. Right, great question. You're finished?
Yes, thank you.
So, great question, and thanks very much for your interest. Geopolitics evolves. In 1965, we were in what I refer to as Geopolitics 3. Geopolitics 1 was anything before Westphalia, which was war and conquest. Geopolitics 2 was between Westphalia and the UN, which was war and peace. After the UN in 1945, including 1965, it was peace and security. Haiti's context does not fit into a pure peace and security geopolitical reality. Haiti's context is geopolitics 4, which came after all the euphoria after 1990, right? We all know what happened in 1990. Walls came down, and we went from peace and security to security and development. Haiti's circumstance and solution has to be framed in the context of security and development. Therefore, the model from 1965, framed as it was in the context of peace and security, would not work. And that's why I've been urging, we need to create and design a new model. We need a whole new conceptual frame of reference in designing how we respond. No. And I go back to the roadmap. The roadmap identifies those things. I have added to that. I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think the roadmap targeted youth. Does it? As a cross-cutting. Cross-cutting. Maybe it will work there, I don't know. Good? But those are the contexts that I'm suggesting we now contemplate. For example, and so the design, you see, it's not a guns and bullets type mission we need. I come from the military profession, proud to have served in the military profession, and we understand that we balance daily the warrior ethos, fight when we must, and the service ethos, we serve when we will. The mission in Haiti calls, yes, we need to have some guys fighting the gangs like the GSF, but clearly Haiti needs now, and it's a hearts and minds battle. The young people who are leaving the departments to come to Port-au-Prince is because they're coming not to join a gang, you know. They're not going there to join a gang. They're going there to look for education or whatever else. But they become vulnerable and end up being coerced often, most times, into joining gangs. So sorry for the long response, but no, I would not individually, I'm not speaking for any country. I'm responding to the question. I hope the framework and context that I shared was clear enough.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome home, Ambassador. Good to see you again, Tanisha Ellison, Jamaica. Given your vast experience in the field in Haiti over the decades, what would you say have been some of the major leadership gaps in your experience that should inform the GSF? If you might just share some perspectives on that.
Yeah. Great question. Great question. When I was preparing this presentation, I deliberately stayed away from the leadership thing, which is always key. So, central and critical for any progress must be a vision, right? Several of the presenters spoke about the need for coherence. You do not achieve at national level effective leadership if there is no framework, institutional, political, social, community level, for creating a cohering vision. I think in the past, the missions didn't really pay so much attention to that. I sense now, including with the CARICOM EPG, working through, fighting through, trying to bring people together, trying to get people to, what do we see as the Haiti of the future we want? I think that is a gap. That's a gap that we need to fill critically, because at the end of the day, leadership is not about the leader, it's about the led. And there are a whole lot of people, 51% of the population of Haiti below the age of 25 now, looking for a vision, something that they see of a Haiti in the future that they want to sign up for. And then comes direction. Only if you see something, you could know where to go to get there. And so I think that has been a gap. The second gap has been, I spoke a lot about the vulnerability institutionally. Institution building is never easy. Building an institution is not building an organization. Customs and border customs in Haiti, securing the borders of Haiti. When I was there, in fact, there was a US commander, Coast Guard commander, Philip Heil. Phil Heil. You might remember him. Yeah. He worked for to try and build up the maritime security institutional capacity in Haiti. He got to the tactical, maybe one or two operational gains, but nothing like what I see likely to come out of the consultation that occurred in Panama the other day. So that, again, as I said before, is an opportunity for success. So I'll stop with those two.
Very good.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Welcome.
Wow. Thank you, Ambassador Phil Spencer, for those lessons learned and observed from the past. Okay, so we move on to our second panel, or our second speaker from the OAS today. I have the privilege of introducing an OAS leader who will continue presenting on the OAS Roadmap for Stability and Peace in Haiti. Mr. Ivan Marquez serves as the Secretary for Multidimensional Security at the OAS. He oversees the organization's work on the complex security challenges facing our hemisphere. Mr. Ivan Marquez, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Bom dia. Buenos dias. Distinguished colleagues, excellencies, friends, I see familiar faces here. It's a pleasure to be here at the Inter-American Defense College. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'd like to make a special mention to our good friend Giovanni Snidel for bridging the two organizations more and more. It's very important for the OAS to be close to the Inter-American Defense College, and so we can provide and promote these events. I'm even happier to be here to speak on a subject that it is a priority for the Secretary General, Albert Ramdin, and a priority for the hemisphere for sure. I understand that you already heard about the roadmap from my colleague, Betula Munoz, and she spoke on the different pillars we have at the roadmap. And since the draft of that document, and I'm pretty sure she mentioned this as well, that the roadmap is a document, it's a living document, so it's in constant change according to the needs and circumstances in Haiti. The part I'll be presenting to you today and opening for a discussion here is the part related to security. So where did I put the little thing? Over the past months, we have begun to see the different components of the international response to Haiti come into place. The deployment of the gang suppression force has started, the United Nations Support Office is operational, and the Organization of American States has moved forward with the implementation, not only the roadmap, but some other efforts that were born even before the roadmap was drafted, like the program we learned to call Secure Haiti. With that, we started concrete actions in policy training, in police training, infrastructure, and maritime security. These are important developments. They reflect a level of alignment that for some time was missing. At the same time, they are unfolding in a context that remains highly fragile. Armed groups have continued to expand their territorial influence, not only within Port-au-Prince, but increasingly in Centre and Artibonite. And these developments have had direct consequences for the population and have reinforced the urgency of our collective efforts. All this to highlight the importance of talks like this, and even more the importance of the coordination we're trying to promote to get all the help we can provide to Haiti at this moment. I believe my colleague that came before here me today already mentioned, but it's always important to strengthen and reinforce. This document was meant to be Haitian-led. So Haitian authorities not only participated in the drafting, but every activity we are pushing forward in Haitian territory is, of course, coordinated with the Haitian National Police, with the diplomatic representation. So everything I'm telling you here is the collective effort of the OAS, several donors, and of course, the Haitian authorities on the ground. So I won't extend too much on where we stand and the evolution of this response, but it's important to contextualize it a little bit. So to understand where we are today, at least from the OAS perspective, it's important to briefly look at how the response has evolved. So the multidimensional security support mission was initially conceived as a rapid support mechanism to reinforce the Haitian National Police, operating in support of national authorities and with a more limited operational posture as we know. As the situation deteriorated and armed groups expanded their territorial control and coordination, it became clear that a more robust and sustained approach would be required. This led to the establishment of the GSF under the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2793. And I'll come back to that resolution in just a little bit. So, as we know, the GSF reflects an evolution in the international approach. It is designed to operate with greater operational autonomy, including the ability to conduct operations beyond a purely supportive role, and with a clearer mandate to apprehend individuals involved in criminal activities. This represents a shift from a model centered primarily on support to the police toward one that incorporates direct operational responsibilities in addressing armed groups. At the same time, and this is the part I would like to highlight, it reflects the need for stronger coordination among international actors, recognizing that no single instrument can address the complexity of the situation. And here comes the part where the OAS plays a fundamental role. As I'll show you shortly, we have mandates to support the Haitian National Police prior to the GSF and even the conception of the MSS. The Organization of American States started its contribution to reinforcing and strengthening the Haitian National Police back in 2023, where we had the first project to cooperate with the Haitian National Police. This coordination, and taking into consideration that the Haitian National Police is a support force to the GSF right now, it makes all the difference to coordinate and improve the institutional strength of the Haitian National Police. But I'll get to that in a while. I would like to speak now about the limits of security response and the role of the OAS. So at this stage, it's important to recognize both the necessity and the limitations of the current response. The deployment of the GSF with a mandate to confront armed groups will inevitably lead to increased operational activities and, in some areas, intensified territorial dynamics, particularly, as we know, in Port-au-Prince, Centre, and Artibonite. In this context, it is essential that logistical support and international coordination are aligned to ensure that the mission can operate effectively. At the same time, experience has shown that security interventions, when implemented in isolation, are not sufficient to achieve sustainable outcomes. Previous efforts have demonstrated that addressing the symptoms of violence without tackling its structural drivers risk creating temporary stabilization without long-term resolution. And that's what we want to see in Haiti. So these dynamics, as we know, are closely linked to transnational organized crime and to the functioning of illicit markets that extend beyond national borders. The GSF is designed to address the immediate threat posed by armed groups. However, it is not structured to address the broader dynamics of transnational organized crime, illicit financial flows, institutional weakness, and community-level vulnerability. And perhaps this is the most important point of my presentation today, because this is where the role of the OAS becomes essential. From the outset, the Organization of American States has worked alongside these efforts, engaging in coordination discussions, contributing to the design of support mechanisms, and aligning in programmatic work to complement the operational dimension, while focusing on the institutional and structural elements required to sustain security over time. And this is shown in the resolutions approved by the General Assembly back 3 years ago. Talking about mandates and strategic framework, our engagement is grounded in mandates from member states, as every activity at the OAS. So in November 2023, the Permanent Council adopted Resolution CP/Res 1237, instructing the General Secretariat to coordinate with international security efforts and support community policing and institutional strengthening in Haiti. That's the beginning or the restart of our work with the Haitian National Police. In June 2024, the General Assembly adopted Resolution AG/Res 3023, mandating the General Secretariat to provide immediate technical assistance in public security, democratic governance, and electoral preparedness. In 2025, this mandate was further reinforced, consolidating the role of the OAS in supporting Haiti's security and institutional development. This is the way in which a program is recognized in resolutions, not only at the OAS level, but also at the United Nations level. The program I'm talking about is called Secure Haiti, that appears in both resolutions from the General Assembly of the OAS, but also in the last resolution of the UN Security Council. So Secure Haiti was created as the operational and institutional response to these mandates. It is a mechanism through which the Secretariat translates these instructions into concrete actions on the ground. This engagement is implemented through the roadmap and specifically through its security pillar. So speaking a little bit about Secure Haiti, this is a program to facilitate international cooperation and coordinate the efforts and mainly the resources addressed to the OAS so they can be translated to activities, programs, and support initially for the Haitian National Police, but now for the whole criminal justice security ecosystem. After years and years of watching the UN Trust Fund and the UN agencies struggle with bureaucracy and struggle with the challenges they have to finally deploy support to Haiti, the OAS made this decision to create this program to facilitate this cooperation. And this has been the base in which we've been, or the platform in which we've been operating the projects being implemented so far. So the roadmap provides a structured framework for action based on two complementary lines of effort. The first is the emergency response. This focuses on enabling operations, supporting infrastructure, logistics, and systems that allow the Haitian National Police and the GSF to function effectively. In this context, the OAS is already contributing to the emergency response, including through support to the development of forward operating bases and related operational infrastructure. It is the part of the roadmap in which the OAS puts itself available to support the GSF, recognizing that there is an emergency, there is a security emergency that needs to be addressed. The second, and this is perhaps more aligned with the nature of the organization and what we can do more and better, is institutional rebuilding. This focuses on strengthening the foundations of security over time, including policing, rule of law, border management, financial investigations, and community-level engagement. This is what we call as rebuilding the security infrastructure for Haiti. That's a medium to long-term process. This goes beyond what emergency security will look like on the ground. So while the OAS contributes to both dimensions, the comparative advantage of the OAS lies in leading the institutional rebuilding effort. So these two dimensions must advance together. We cannot wait for the GSF to do its work and then we start working on security infrastructure. As some of you may know, I take an example from an implementers conference on maritime and port security we had in Panama 3 weeks ago. The Haitian Coast Guard headquarters has been destroyed in the earthquake in 2010. So how can it operate in its security responsibilities without proper infrastructure? And that's what we're looking at. That's what we're aiming to bring to Haiti in this part of the roadmap and the second track of the security pillar. So operational gains must be supported by institutional capacity, and institutional strengthening requires a minimum level of security to take hold. So they're mutually beneficial. Talking about implementation and the current OAS initiatives, I'll briefly go through this, but it's important to mention that we have operational support and infrastructure. We are supporting the development of, as I said, the forward operating bases. This initially started as support to the work of the MSS. Things took more time than we could anticipate, and now it's being part of the efforts to reinforce bases for the Haitian National Police in cooperation with the GSF. Besides the FOBs, we're creating operational infrastructure that facilitate joint operations between the Haitian National Police and the GSF with medical facilities, supplies for food, medicines, and everything that the operations will need. Another point I would like to highlight is police capacity and training. We're supporting the rehabilitation of training facilities. The one recently inaugurated by the Secretary General is the one in Morncas, and the training of new cohorts of Haitian National Police cadets. This is an important base because it's being used to train special forces and tactical operations designed to fight the gangs. So this is already currently working, and we already had more than 50 police officers trained in special tactics and urban operations. Another initiative that is worth mentioning is the maritime and border security. We understand that for the GSF to be successful, it needs to have a strategy for maritime security and port security, but also for the Haitian state to function properly, it needs to collect taxes from supplies coming to its port. So we convened an international implementers conference, as I mentioned, in Panama 3 weeks ago, to align efforts and define a coordinated strategy to support the Haitian National Police. And this is something really special because there are so many agencies working in Haiti right now. Out of the UN platform, the OAS, but also bilateral cooperation. So having everyone together in one room for 1 week, mapping out what the specificities of each one of these interventions can do, it was something that could put us in a place where we can develop a maritime and port security strategy for the future. Of course, this goes through the lenses I'm bringing to you, the separation between emergency and emergency security and rebuilding the security infrastructure for Haiti. And I wouldn't like to go further on this because the Secretary General himself wants to address the Permanent Council with the results of that conference. But a strategy is underway. And finally, I'd like to mention rule of law and financial investigations. This is fundamental to fight the gangs and fight criminality in general in its connection to international, organized transnational crime, but also dry up the resources that potential criminal activity is sending abroad. So asset freezing, investigation for money laundering, and all financial crimes that may be coming out of the current circumstance and situation in Haiti. So this is what the OAS, I think I skipped one slide, but here we go. I would also like to bring to your attention that there is a need to expand police training capacity, particularly through the rehabilitation of the police academy in Port-au-Prince. The OAS managed to refurbish and put to work this base in Morncas up in the north, but it's not sufficient. Recruitment of new police officers, I'm sure it was already mentioned here. We need to start this operation together with the activities of the GSF. So additional support is required in areas besides the traditional law enforcement activities. Additional support is required in areas such as cybersecurity, counter-trafficking, financial intelligence systems. Rebuilding the security infrastructure will take much more than recruiting new police officers and training them to go out to the streets. Immediate operational needs include temporary detention capacity, management of seized weapons and ammunition, and strengthened investigative capacities. There's also a need to expand community-based prevention initiatives. As I always like to stress, the police is not, or even the GSF, will not go out there and shoot people. They might have some heated encounters, but the idea is to bring due process. And for that, we need a strong police force, strong law enforcement, but also a strong criminal justice system in place and a penitentiary system in place to take care of the whole criminal ecosystem. Finally, I'd like to also go back to the role and added value of having an organization such as the OAS as part of this discussion. So the GSF addresses immediate security threats. However, transnational organized crime requires a broader institutional tools. Through Secure Haiti, through the programs we develop under the roadmap, the OAS strengthens police, justice, border control, and community prevention systems. In that way, the OAS plays a bridging role between stabilization and long-term institutional development. And that's perhaps the best way to see how the OAS will not only interact with the GSF, but it is a next step as well. The way we're seeing it, the OAS does not intend to go anywhere in the next 10, 15 years. These policies, they take time. They take a lot of effort and resources to be built. And with the roadmap and the plans we have set from the OAS, we're ready to support Haiti in the many years to come. For that, we are coordinating with the GSF, of course, with the UN SOH, BNU, partners such as the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, the IMF. We're reaching out to every UN agency on the ground. We're hoping to improve our capacities by bringing in flexible funding mechanisms. They are certainly required, especially for emergency situations and all the logistic support we need to provide the GSF, but also the law enforcement agencies in Haiti. And an emergency fund for rapid response is also necessary. So this is where we are right now. We need to develop those tools to better support Haiti. Strong coordination and funding will definitely be essential to accelerate implementation across both tracks. Looking at the way forward and bringing my presentation to a conclusion, it's of course important to recognize the critical juncture we are with Haiti at this moment, where all the forces from the international community are being deployed. Again, the GSF addresses immediate threats, while institutional rebuilding must advance in parallel. And this is perhaps one of the most important messages we have. We don't want to wait for the GSF to start working so we can advance. As a matter of fact, as I mentioned before, we are already working for 3 years in this concern. So finally, I'd like to say that the OAS is already contributing through Secure Haiti and all its other programs, and continued coordination and support will be essential to achieve lasting stability. I thank, again, the Inter-American Defense College, colleagues, ambassadors, thank you for the opportunity, and I remain ready for eventual questions. Thank you.
Buenos días. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I'm captain from the Argentinian Navy, Gorsillo. With the presentations we had today, we clearly understand now the need for establishing a clear solution and the own solution for Haiti and for the region and the hemisphere. You have mentioned the advantage of the OAS working with the institutions and creating those institutions, and that those efforts should also go together with the GSF. You mentioned the roadmap as your predecessors, and I'd like to know, has the OAS dimensioned or considered the risks of implementing such a roadmap that not depends only by the OAS, but as it's been mentioned by the speakers today, it also depends on the authorities from Haiti. So I'd like to know, does the OAS understand the dimension, whether it's going to be viable or is it going to be not viable? It's going to be sabotage. What do you think?
Bien, muchas gracias, capitán.
Thank you, Captain. I mean, the risks are considered, of course. But this is not a roadmap from the OAS. It's a roadmap from the whole international community and essentially from Haiti. And everything that is on this OAS roadmap and solution is along with is shared with the authorities from Haiti, and to strengthen the institutions and law enforcement and the Justice Department. We are talking about a joint effort. It is an association that works at the speed that has also the capacity from Haiti. We are also creating great expectations with the deployment of the GSF, the Gang Suppression Force, thinking, oh, this is going to resolve all the issues. But then the aggregated value at the OAS in this sense is in the permanence, in the fact that we are going to stay along and stay together with Haiti so that we can build something together, but we have to measure the risks. And those risks will be there. We know that it's not an easy task, but reinforcing the institutions that are at the OAS, which are more, the OAS knows more about that than fighting the gangs. There's also legal question, a legal matter that shows this situation very well. The OAS cannot buy weapons or arms for the missions, and that limits the role of the OAS. The role of the OAS is the creation of the institutional capacity and reinforcing the national police from Haiti and the Justice Department, the prisons system. That's where our force is. And when I had talks with the judges from Haiti that are located in the Dominican Republic or elsewhere, they just cannot go back to their office yet because their offices were just taken by the gangs. So they need to recover that space. That should be a priority, and we are focusing right now with that. We're putting all our efforts. But the risks are there because of the circumstances. But this separation of what we see as an emergency and the reinforcement of the institutional structure of Haiti tells us that in the long run, we shall be able to guarantee the recovery of this state capacity from the country.
Thank you again, Mr. Ivan Marquez and the OAS for the presentation on the roadmap. We start to wind down today, our final guest presentation continues that Caribbean perspective and addresses one of the most critical current efforts on the ground in Haiti. Ambassador and retired Major General Anthony Anderson serves as the ambassador and permanent representative to Jamaica to the OAS. Ambassador Anderson will speak to us about the lessons of the UN Gang Suppression Force, a topic immediate operational relevance to the security situation in Haiti, and his observations of the challenges ahead for the international effort in Haiti. Ambassador, welcome.
So good afternoon, Excellencies, ambassadors here, my fellow ambassadors. We have Rear Admiral Osorio and Major General Amador, college staff, fellow speakers, strategic advisors of the hemisphere, students or class 65? Okay, right. See, every time I hear you speak, I learn something. So good afternoon to everyone. Recognize that I am, I believe, the last speaker on this tab, and you would have, a lot of matters have been covered since it started this morning. Very strategic level interventions, and I believe that the class would have learned a significant amount more about Haiti and Haitian concerns and why and how we're doing and operating in this environment. So thank you for the invitation to me for participating in this. My interactions with Haiti go back again to '93. I wasn't posted there, but I would go back and forth because we had a mission there in Haiti in 1993 at the first mission. And then more significantly in 2010, after the earthquake, which was a more than significant event. It created a devastation that you rarely see outside of war and significant bombings and that sort of thing. Because you had a situation where, in a moment, there were over 200,000 people killed. Now, if you think of that, 200,000, that number, you're talking about a nuke to get that number. And that was what a country was facing. We were in there, I believe, on day 2 after it. The president at the time was completely out of contact with any of his cabinet, and was really in a situation where here you are, the president of a country that yesterday you were okay, and today it's just complete devastation. And if you can imagine how that would have impacted any leader of a country at that time, especially with outcomes. And I raise that issue because as we had immediately loaded planes to get relief supplies to Haiti, we actually had to unload some of those supplies to get communications equipment on the plane to reestablish a phone network in Haiti as one of the first orders of business to ensure that there could be communications in Haiti. So just a point to note, you know, as traditional relief supplies go, when you have this level of damage and devastation, there are other considerations that will come up, that somehow the priorities is not always food and water and shelter. communications in this case was critical to getting the whole of the effort and it's reestablishing just governance and government. The other thing about that situation, and I mean, I'm not really here to talk about it, I'm going to talk about the JSF in a second, but the lessons of the past become the lessons of the future and need to be integrated in anything you do subsequently. The UN mission that was there in Haiti was UNMI. UNMI was there at the time. Sorry, MINUSTA. It was MINUSTA. It wasn't UNMI. It's MINUSTA. Had significant loss of leadership because the Hotel Montana, I believe it was at the time, collapsed. And that's where everybody stayed. High officials and so on stayed in this one hotel and it pancaked, killing most people who were in it. So that was the scenario then. And just a couple of points that I wanted to make about that. Now, fast forwarding to more recent times, the MSS that was established in 2024, I believe it was. We got a mandate in 2023 and then it was established up and running in 2024 up until October 1, 2025. What changed then was that we had the UN mandate to transition from the MSS to the Gang Suppression Force as of October 1. So the name changed at that point, but really the structure didn't change until where we are now, today, where we're in the process of the new structure being established and in place in Haiti over the next few weeks. So it's been happening and it is happening right now. Some of the MSS formations have already pulled out and the other ones, advanced teams and so on, are in the country. So the UN mandate 2793 established the GSF. The GSF has a more offensive mandate than the MSS had. It was recognized that under the MSS, one, there were a couple of challenges that the MSS had. As a coalition of the willing, there weren't that many willing, unfortunately. And so I don't believe at any point the MSS reached 1,000 persons. Now, our ambassador, former ambassador, Brigadier Philip Spencer, had mentioned when we did the first mission in 1993, there were 25,000 armed personnel, uniformed personnel involved in that mission. Next mission in 1996, they had 1,600. The consequences of that would be obvious to anyone. The MSS had 1,000. And the MSS, the support to the MSS in terms of logistic support limited their ability to operate. So their constraint, you ended up with the operations following logistics and not logistics following the operations. So that created limitations right at the onset that plagued them throughout. But at the same time, the MSS had some successes that the GSF are required or will be required to have. One of those successes that the MSS had is that they went through a mission, carried out kinetic operations, against gangs in a in a civilian population, and left with their reputation intact. That is significant. And it's significant and important because although a number of things were said, I don't know if, I wasn't in here from the beginning, I don't know if this part of things were covered. The UN, to get the UN resolution done, there was a lot of negotiation that took place, a lot. And negotiation create compromise. You have to compromise, you have to give, you have to take to get that mandate through. The mandate is for 1 year and therefore ends in September. The mandate needs to continue. Otherwise, all of the other things we're talking about, not gonna happen. The roadmap, all of those things won't happen unless that mandate continues in October. Critical to that mandate continuing or getting a renewal of it or support to it is what happens, what the GSF does on the ground. Now, clearly, there were people, there were entities, countries, not that supportive of the operation. We know that. That's why there was a lot of negotiation in the UN. So it is a critical success factor that the mandate is renewed. So the fact that 1 year was given for the mandate is indicative of Security Council members wanting a say again in a year as to what happens next. Now, there are geopolitical factors that are outside of the control of Haiti and this GSF. But a successful GSF and a GSF that is not plagued by reputational damage is a key component to provide the platform on which to argue for the mandate to be continued. What that means in real terms, in real life, is that the actions down to junior leadership matter. How that is conducted and how they conduct themselves can impact things at a much higher level. That's one of the things that leadership in this circumstance have to take into consideration. So the GSF, and I'm sure it was said before at some point, is not a UN peacekeeping mission. It is not that. It is a hybridized mission that, as we work through with the UN on how the UN support operations would occur, there are a number of firsts in it. First, for the UN to support this type of thing in this way. A first for the setup of the governance arrangements around this, and a first for having a situation where a number of things that are very clear by continued operations over time, how we do business, don't apply. What that did, or what that has done, is probably, and you perhaps want to think about this as security and defense professionals, is probably establishing the new way forward. This is probably not the last of these. So the movements in multilateralism and geopolitics is creating new ways of doing things. And this has been very hybridized and very interesting. I sit at the OAS and I sit on the SGP as well, as representative of Jamaica on the SGP. And it's interesting seeing both sides of it and how this side, the SGP side, and that structure has to work hand in glove with the OAS to try and resolve some of the issues of hybridization. And we have to do it. The fact of the matter is we can't have this in our hemisphere and not have a hemispheric approach and solution, as well as the global one, as well as the global solution to it. So, let me just speak a little bit about how the structure is, because the structure of governance of this, since I mentioned it. So there's established in the mandate the standing group of partners. That is Canada, El Salvador, Guatemala, Jamaica, the Bahamas, and the United States. Those are a standing group of partners. And that was and Haiti. and that is the established group that is the decision-making body and to make political decisions and strategic decisions and oversight of the GSF as outlined in the mandate. Under that, you have a special representative in Haiti, and that special representative executes, does the liaison with the UN, with the OAS, with the standing group, and with the Haitian government. So that special representative, who is Jack Christophides, who's there now, he's in place, he's in Haiti at the moment as we speak, has a team of 50, well, 49 and him, to make 50, as established in the mandate. And the gang suppression force itself has 5,500 personnel. That was what was authorized. Now the question is that enough or not? We don't know. Obviously, if the military planners would love more. You always want more. But that is what's mandated. And can we make it work? Yes, it can make a difference. If you have well-trained professional operators, it can work. Because they're working not alone, but alongside the Haitian National Police and the Haitian Army. Reports will be made from the SR to the SGP, but also to the UN, to make sure that everybody is aligned with what is happening. Now, the clear mandate of the GSF is to neutralize gangs, to create conditions that allow for a secure Haiti in a way that it can be handed over to the Haitian security forces to continue the process. Now that's the broad thing. That's the broad overarching purpose of the GSF. So the current situation in Haiti, obviously, and I'm borrowing some language from the mandate and other documents, neutralize, isolate, and deter gangs that threaten the civilian population, abuse human rights, and undermine Haitian institutions, provide security for critical infrastructure sites and transit locations, complement, enhance, and support the operational capacities of Haitian security forces, and coordinate activities, plans, and results with BINU and the UN country team to secure complementarity and synergy. So they need to restore and sustain security in Port-au-Prince and surrounding areas. The GSF needs to, as I said, neutralize the gangs, secure critical infrastructure, disrupt gang-enabling alliances, and deny gang members sanctuary, create the conditions for the voluntary and safe return, resettlement, or local reintegration of displaced persons. So we have to create the conditions, the GSF has to create the conditions that displaced persons can return to their space. The idea is to reduce fear, reduce concerns, open space, remove gang control from spaces back to institution, back to the Haitian government, ultimately. The GSF is enabled to function on its own or with the Haitian National Police and Haitian Army. So it is a more flexible arrangement. The end state is really that the GSF has degraded armed organized gang capacity to threaten the Haitian state and establish the minimum security conditions necessary for all of the roadmap and all of those investments and all of the economic activity and all of that. And as a previous speaker said, to hold elections. Elections, elections, elections. So the GSF, in combination with the Haitian security forces, have to create the conditions for So I'd started to speak a bit about operational credibility. And you have the credibility of the way you conduct operations, which can impact everything up to the UN and our continued mandate. And it also impacts, of course, the civilian population. If you lose the aggression between the two. You have to keep the population in these operations. And whether you're doing these operations at home, in a wider context, or anywhere you go, you lose the civilian population, you're gonna lose. You're not gonna be effective. And so that's a critical part of it. And the GSF and the SR's office is structured to support that and do that. The other part of that is that what is not just what you do, but who knows what you do. 7 at you. That's real life. There is a universal right for self-defense, of course, and how you do that. So I believe that one of the key elements of it is to make everyone in that type of mission down to your private soldier or constable of police to understand how their actions can impact a bigger picture. So yes, you're prosecuting the operation in the here and now, but a certain amount of emotional intelligence needs to be applied to that. And sometimes it's to get them through understanding that process to appreciate what their actions can cause. You also have to have very strong accountability mechanisms. I probably should have said that first. You have to have strong accountability mechanisms, and when people go off the rails, you have to have a mechanism within your organization that can deal with that upfront. So you nip that in the bud immediately. That's the first thing. But I've found, and I've done the gang piece, I've done all of these things that is being done now, something that we've done and done successfully. Quite often in hierarchical organizations, we don't feel the need to tell people below us what the big picture is. I found they function better when they understand what's above at each level. Share that with them, and you're likely to get a better outcome for a number of reasons. One, they're not just a robot acting out there. They are part of something. They understand the bigger picture, or at least a part of it that impacts them, and understand how their actions work. The other thing is that you have to be a disciplined force. It's critical, and you have to maintain that discipline in this type of operation. And you can't respond to even a threat to life in an emotional way. It's about professionalism. So to the extent that personnel are coming in from all over the world with different realities in their own countries, that's why the pre-deployment and induction training on the ground matters. And of course, that's the initial part, where it's going to have to be an ongoing thing from force command straight through to keep emphasizing this aspect of things. The MSS functioned, and it left there without these challenges. And that's because they took such a disciplined and aggressive approach to breaches that it reduced those breaches taking place. And overall, it's not that nothing will happen or nothing can happen. It can, especially in this mandate, which is offensive in nature. We know how that is. It can get a bit challenging. But ultimately, things have to be investigated quickly. There has to be a certain level of transparency. It has to be when something occurs, you have to get ahead of the information cycle. You have to be in front of that. You have to be giving information immediately, and it has to be clear that what occurred, if something occurred that was inappropriate, that is not a GSF thing, it is an individual thing, or it is somebody operating off the cuff or off the rules and not in keeping with the way people are instructed, taught, or trained. Yeah? So that's it. That, in a practical way, that's how you do that.
Ambassador, good afternoon. Thank you very much. And I would say that your presentation, for me, put an exclamation mark on how do I feel Haiti will go. And I would say this, and why I say this. Throughout the presentations today, we would have heard about the 14 or so engagements that was done in Haiti. We would have heard a few times the comment, if it works. And I'm happy, and I see a prospect in that for the first time we see a different approach being taken in regards to Haiti. We see the roadmap being developed, and your exclamation is the fact that you have this new interaction with the UN and the OAS, and it was explained as not a UN peacekeeping force, but a UN peace fighting force, because it's different, it is new, and maybe this we're not putting the same framework that used to happen on Haiti. We are trying different things, and maybe this is, for me, the spark that we are going in the right direction. Maybe you can expand on the importance of the fact that we are doing things differently.
Okay, so the first part is that it's a UN mandated fighting force, not a UN fighting force. So again, to establish that. So UN is supporting this. It's not going under they're not blue berets. They're not like blue berets. This is as you say, a coalition of the willing, largely, and very much supported and driven. This process to assist Haiti has largely been driven by the United States, and Canada significantly in support, and then the SGP partners coming on board, all of us doing it. But it is, you don't want to. I don't want to downplay that, because it's important. It's not just because you're here, Ambassador. It's a real thing. That the speed at which this has been stood up, and the push. I know at the UN it was the US and Panama that were doing the big push, but I know from my own colleague, my own fellow ambassador at the UN, they did a lot of late nights on this to get this through. There were 30 countries that were pushing and negotiating to prevent a veto, because that would have been the worst thing. And that's why I'm saying we need to be on the ground now, which is happening. We need to get some low-hanging fruit. So what is low-hanging fruit? Low-hanging fruit are quick successes. The spaces that the gangs had, they no longer have. Routes that they controlled, they no longer control. Critical infrastructure is protected. Like ports, airport, and so on, is not under threat. Then you're talking about, so some of that is low-hanging fruit, some not so low, and then creating a broader condition as you continue that process, that basically the gangs are no longer relevant. They're neutralized. That's what neutralized means. They're no longer relevant. They don't have a say. So the GSF is to do that, and I believe can do that. And then, all of the things are not completely sequential. There's overlap between the OAS roadmap and this, but there's a clear trajectory to success for Haiti. And one of the key elements of this success is Haiti's involvement in this, and they have that strength of urgency. Ladies and gentlemen, there are not many options right now on the table. This is it. So it has to work. And as much as, and I don't want to, because I recognize I'm a diplomat, so I have to be somewhat diplomatic. This is not a time for lengthy discussions around matters and pretending that things that are and exist are not there. This is a time where you face reality as it is and function according to that. The member here from Brazil asked a question that has been on everybody's mind since the beginning of the GSF. How do you manage that issue? Because those issues can cause GSF mission failure. If GSF mission fails, the roadmap for Haiti fails. Elections won't happen. So this is a pivotal time, and this is a no-fail mission. No-fail mission. If there ever was one, this is it. The good thing is that it doesn't have to fail. It can be successful. We just have to be clear. Clear vision, clear actions, getting ahead, maintaining dominance in the information space. There are actors that will want to disrupt this. There are actors that want to see this fail. Can't afford that. So I don't know if that helped. Okay, yes.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your great, very great position, clear speech on what is going on in Haiti and how we need to help, and how we need to have a clear vision of where we're going. Let me just add, I want to add a few remarks on what you're saying. You know, this morning, Ambassador Spencer and Keith Mines were talking about how we can address the issues that Haiti is facing right now. And my takes on what they say is that, I summarize, we need more than everything, we need sustained, long-term and strategic commitment. And to put together the idea of strategic commitment, what does that mean? That means we need solution that goes beyond one generation, like multi-generational, is that what you say? Yes. Multi-generational solution.
Mm-hmm.
Multi-dimensional and multi-generational solution.
Yes.
What does that mean for me? Okay. That means that the mission we are engaging in, we engage right now, it has to be a nation-building mission. That's my, and it has to be a nation-building mission because we need to engage over a long-term period. We cannot, and Ambassador Spencer was saying this morning, we have 51% of Haitian youth under 25 years old. So that means when you were in Haiti, in your first mission, you weren't born. So, and that's the challenge. That's the challenge we have to face. And in this respect, we have to thank. I have to take the opportunity to thank Ambassador Risotto, which is the ambassador of the United States to the OAS. And we have to thank the United States for pushing, because we had the United States working in the United Nations to prevent a veto from other countries that I'm not going to name, this resolution will not have passed. Right. So thank you for the work. Thank you for the support. And I will conclude my remarks by saying that in 2017, I had a conversation with the president of Haiti, President Jovenel, and he wanted to put an end to the mission, to the MINUSTAH mission in Haiti. And I told him, President, that will be a disaster. We are not ready yet. And he told me, we people in Haiti are asking for the mission to leave Haiti. I told him that would be a disaster, but I didn't expect at all that will lead to his assassination. Because had we had the United Nations peacekeeping force in Haiti, it will not be, maybe the outcome will be different.
Yes.
You see what I mean? And President Preval, who was a president before him, used to say, had we had not the United Nations peacekeeping force in Haiti, he would have been assassinated already. And this is exactly what happened. President Preval said that. And President Preval, he was the president who served 2 terms during the transition, the democratic transition in Haiti. He said that, and then the President Jovenel Moïse came, and he did what he did, and then 4 years later, he's assassinating. He was assassinated. So it's just a way to say that we Haitian, we are proud people. Let's say independence means a lot to us. Sovereignty means a lot to us. But we have to understand also that we are in a situation where we need to, if we want Haiti to get back on track, we need to, you were talking about compromising, we need to have that as a compromise with the international community. And I think the roadmap, we need to understand that the roadmap has many phases, like not one phase. And the vision of the roadmap, we need to transform the roadmap into a roadmap for nation building in Haiti.
So I know you didn't ask the question, you were making remarks, but let me just say, as a response, at that time when MINUSTAH was being shut down, it had been in place, what, 17 years? How many? 14 years. In 14 years, they hadn't developed a security capacity indigenous to Haiti that was capable. So, of course, you'll have to stay forever. I think one of the key components to this is that in parallel is that the Haitian security forces are being developed. So just a little anecdote. In I believe it was 2012, President Martelly, I think he was in then, 2012, came to Jamaica to visit my prime minister at the time. I was the chief of defense. And they brought him and his team, Minister of Justice, Minister of Defense, I believe it was, to my headquarters. We had a discussion, and the idea was, how do we stand up, remake a Haitian military at that time? I got the go-ahead from the Prime Minister to do that. I demonstrated for the leaders at the time, those political leaders, how we function, how we operate with our civilian population that allows us to gain success, and how you create a military that is multifaceted, so you can do intense kinetic operations, but you can respond to a disaster, and you're good at both, and how you balance all of that. So we laid out that. There were some challenges in executing on the Haitian side, perhaps because we weren't embedded in Haiti at the time like a minister was. So there were some challenges, and there was changes at the political level rapidly and so on that created some issues. At the time, though, there was not much appetite for support to that in the international community. I guess the historical issues were still in place then that disallowed us to create a coalition that could actually deliver that. We were quite willing to deliver it on our own, but it would have helped a lot, especially if some of our major partners would get involved in that. At the time, their policy, political position was not to do that. Haiti's position was very clear. We just had a disaster, one of the largest disasters that hit any country anywhere at any time, and did not have the indigenous capacity to even begin to respond. And that needed to be built out. Fast forward to now. In the discussions at the OAS, at the UN and all of that, the building out of the Haitian National Police and Armed Forces is a significant portion of it. The persons who were reluctant then are on board now. And there are specific actions like around arms, sales of arms, that sort of thing. But also there's significant support to training of persons and ramping up that force rapidly. That's a huge difference. Because you can't, a UN mission, although some of them have gone on for a very long time, but to an extent, if you're keeping up a mission for too long, that means you're not really being successful. That's the truth. Nothing's changing really, because you still need to be there. So if you can't, through not just security force action, but through an overall program, don't create the circumstances where you can leave, you're really failing. And people can get comfortable in the circumstance of failure because you can get by. But you're getting by, and as a proud, independent country, any support you get has to be designed for you to own it ultimately. We all do that. Once you realize, no matter what transnational, what coalitions take place, all of us own our own security realities, ultimately. So you have a great time now because you got everybody on board. And we're all willing to support you to get the outcomes.
Don't go yet.
Yeah, okay, good.
Because I think we should all stand up and give the ambassador a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Your words were quite clear and very poignant. And we have to understand the gravity of the situation we have here. And not that I discount anybody's commitment here, but I think it's important just to reiterate for everyone's consciousness, this is a country of 12 million people. This is a country that you can get on a plane today in 2 hours or a little bit more than that. This is in our backyard. This is our hemisphere, and this is our responsibility. So to be part of this, I do it as a member of the family of the hemisphere and with much pride. I think it's very important to call out something really fantastic, which is at the OAS in June of last year, you had every member country endorse the resolution of support for the country. And I think that's a fantastic testament to the countries working together and the countries' respect of each other and the country recognizing the importance of this situation. And that resolution at the OAS was the impetus for the UN, and it told the UN the whole hemisphere is behind this and we want this. And the UN, together with obviously a lot of lobbying and a lot of late nights and a lot of support, the UN did its job. So all that's fantastic news. Now let's maybe put a little list together of some homework that perhaps where we are today. So as it was mentioned, September 30th, that UN resolution expires. The US, together with Haiti and like-minded countries, we're going to present a new resolution to endorse the UN resolution to be repassed. So the US will work together with Haiti and the other countries to again pass a new resolution. As I sit here and listen to the fantastic speech and update, but sitting around and recognizing the tremendous minds and experience in this room, I couldn't help to say to myself, I wonder if I could take advantage of this organization and how fantastic it would be to have a letter come from the college also requesting and endorsing a updated resolution at the UN. And there is one other request I will selfishly present, which is, again, recognizing the experience and the talent in this room. And I think a very vital point that was made earlier, which is the world is watching. And best practices are critical to the success of the mission and the success of the people of Haiti. Let's remember something. Statistically, the last number I read, it was on average 5,000 people a year are still dying, at the hands of the gangs, which is 400 people a month, 10, 11, 12 people a day. So anything we could do to save a single life should be something that we want to fight vehemently for. So I would challenge the college to present a document of best practices and maybe even participate with the gang suppression force to maybe be a neutral body that as the world is looking, and unfortunately the world does not just look, but human nature tends to want to criticize. So if there was a body that spoke up and said they are following best practices, and if they're not, we will call it out. I invite the college to consider, that challenge, because it really could help bring added integrity to the mission and the success. And like I said, if we could save a single additional life, we've done our job, but certainly we want to save every life. So I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be part of it and work together with my colleagues.
Ambassador Anderson, thank you very much for your words, and Ambassador Rizzo, you as well. Thank you. Excuse me. So before we go to our closing of this conference, as our tradition here at the college, we would like to bring up our invited guest speakers, and we have some student presentations to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vishnu Lustin. I'm from Haiti. I'm a student of the college. I'm going to speak and French. Please may use your device for the translation. General Amador.
General Amador, General Osorio, Your Excellencies, Madam Ambassador,
Du staff du collège,
staff,
de la faculté.
please allow me to salute you and on behalf of Class 65. Class 65, once more. We wanted to give you this small token of our appreciation, to thank you for your great commitment and dedication and your excellent presentation about the current events involving security in Haiti, my country. As you pointed out across the board during your presentations, the situation in Haiti is not simply a cultural question. It's not one that has to do with people. It's not related to a Haitian mentality that's chaotic. It is a situation that is based on historic roots. They're also sociological and geopolitical. So all research or all searches for different solutions must also be multi-dimensional. They require active engagement and effective involvement from the Haitian people, as you've all pointed out today. So thank you very much, and now my colleagues will also address you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, it's my distinct honor to present General Salgado, Director General of the Inter-American Defense Board, to finish out what has been an extraordinary and very comprehensive event. Thank you, sir.
Senhores embaixadores,
dear ambassadors, dear speakers, members of the Inter-American Defense Board, the Council of Delegates, the Secretariat, and the Inter-American Defense College, other authorities, students of Class 65. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor for me to take the floor to close this very productive and spectacular seminar. Upon reaching the end of the seminar in Haiti, carried out within the Inter-American Defense College, allow me, on behalf of the Inter-American Defense Board, to express how pleased we are by the high level of presentations and debates developed throughout this meeting. In this context, we had the honor of counting on contributions of the highest relevance that has provided us an encompassing view on the Haitian reality and all the unfoldings for the hemisphere. The excellent presentations have contributed decisively to improve the quality of the debate and to deepen the understanding on the topic. From this analysis, we highlighted the singularity of the trajectory of that country with their pioneer independence and also with a national identity that was built through resilience. And at the same time, it remains evident the structural issues that condition the political stability and the development, the socio-economic development of the country. The discussions have also allowed to list previous experiences with the current challenges. The initiatives led under the United Nations have been presented in a critical fashion, showing both the results as well as their shortcomings. It was clear that interventions centered exclusively in security tend to produce limited effects on the complexity of the context in Haiti. These experiences have shown that the specific advances in security and governability hardly are sustained without institutional progress and without improvement in the conditions of life of the population. This understanding strengthens the need of articulate approaches and a better coordination among the actors involved. Under the light of these reflections, allow me to say on record that this officer that speaks to you was an officer of the United Nations mission to the stabilization of Haiti in 2010. This experience contributed to consolidate my understanding that the everlasting solutions to Haiti must come from the strengthening of national capacities and protagonism of Haitian institutions. Therefore, based on this set of lessons, I highlight that today's debates converge toward the analysis of the current situation with high institutional instability, with issues of violence and deterioration of socioeconomic conditions. The scenario shows the urgency of consistent responses. Under this context, the discussions on the new mobilization of international force towards tackling armed groups show the complexity of the topic. If, on one hand, we recognize the need of reestablishing the minimal conditions of security, on the other hand, it remains clear that such initiatives must be inserted in wider strategies capable of articulating security, governance, and development. Still within the slide, I like to highlight the role of the Organization of American States in leading regional efforts. The experience shows that the action in Haiti depends on the continuous coordination among the states of the hemisphere, as well as the alignment with the Haitian authorities in such a way to ensure coherent effectiveness to the ongoing initiatives. In parallel, we highlight the contribution of the Inter-American Defense Board as a technical support instance to the member states of the OAS. In the scope of their attributions, the board maintains regular discussions with representatives of this organization and follows the deliberations on the topic, adjusting their activities to the guidelines established in the political framework. In the practical framework, the IADB develops training actions through the Inter-American Defense College and their secretariat, offering courses and internships to military personnel and civilians from Haiti, as well as integrating the studies of Haiti to the curriculum of the college. These initiatives aim at strengthening professional competencies as well as institutional ones, contributing directly to the improvement of national capabilities of the country. Having that said, the seminar consolidates as an effective space of exchange of ideas and experiences, favoring a more structured awareness of the topic and the possibilities of joint action in a hemisphere. In this context, we expect that the reflections developed here contribute to the improvement of the ongoing initiatives and for the construction in the long term of more consistent pathways and more articulate ones. I'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate our acknowledgement to the speakers, participants, and organizations, especially to the Inter-American Defense College, which has a great dedication and was fundamental for the participation, for the existence of the seminar. The Inter-American Defense Board is always available to continue support under the competencies, all the efforts to help Haiti, as well as the coordination with the Organization of American States, as well as other international partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Salgado. Okay, class 65. Before we break for lunch, Chief of Studies, General Amador, will provide you with some instructions for this afternoon's breakout sessions. General Amador.
Buenas tardes, me uno.
Good afternoon, and I would just join you. General Salgado, thank you to you and to our distinguished guests, ambassadors, and our exceptional presenters today, who shared with us their extensive knowledge and experience. Thank you so much for being here with us today. And these instructions are basically for class 65, because if not, we won't be able to get you all together again. Esteemed students, after a morning of presentations that were particularly enriching, I would like to give you some brief information before you deliberate in your respective seminar rooms. The perspectives that we heard today were based on real experience and institutional responsibilities and lessons from the complex scenario that Haiti is living through currently. Your task then is to come up with a one-page proposal that would respond to 4 specific questions. What's the priority or priorities that should be considered in the current situation in Haiti? Who should be responsible? And what are the timelines that would be most appropriate? Why should this approach be viable? And to guide your analysis, please refer back to the topics covered this morning. The idea of engaging the Haitian public, the relevance of the year 2016, the OAS roadmap, and the lessons learned from previous missions. Please refer to the quality of the analysis. That really reflects the precision that you express things in and not the length. All things will be feasible as well as they're well explained in an orderly way. Base yourselves on what you've learned here at the Inter-American Defense College. And focus also on the essential aspects. What are the most important things to consider over the next 365 days? What can your country offer in any type of coalition? Haitians' situation is urgent, and we have limited time to resolve it. But we have to act in a responsible, careful, and intellectually rigorous way. So what are the best capabilities that we can bring to bear given what we've learned at the Inter-American Defense College, which promotes inter-American approaches and intercultural or multicultural approaches? Ambassador Anthony Philip Spencer, our academic advisor invited to this symposium, will share his work with you. We believe that this academic exercise will be a valuable assignment which will allow you to better address future issues. We thank you for your collaboration. And thank you for the difficult work that you have done there and here at the college. So with that, I simply wish you all success. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that ends our seminar on Haiti today. Thank you, ambassadors, distinguished guests, for a truly outstanding morning or day of presentations and dialogues. We'll now break for lunch. Please stay and eat lunch. For our invited guests, we'll be bringing lunch to you. But everybody else will be going. You go get yourself some lunch here in the auditorium. Thank you again. I would like to make a special call out to Mr. Sneidel, Mr. Andres Pazmin, our ops team, and a special round of applause to our translators. They do amazing work. Thank you again. I hope this was something valuable for the entire hemisphere. Have a good day.